The Kinetic Fallacy. Chapter 1. The Heavyweight Arrival. The first thing Velsorith noticed was that her crystals were singing. Not the clean, deliberate resonance of a tuning exercise. Something lower, something that climbed up through the soles of her feet and into the base of her skull before she had any conscious awareness of it at all. She was 3 hours into a routine sensor watch, surrounded by the familiar quiet hum of the Assembly's docking control center, when the passive pressure array began registering a wavefront moving through the station's superstructure at the speed of conducted vibration. She looked at the readout. She looked at it again. Then she looked across the center at the mass figure attached to the incoming vessel's diplomatic filing, which she had processed 2 days prior without particular concern, and experienced the specific sensation of two pieces of information refusing to coexist comfortably in the same mind. 12 million tons. Fission thermal primary drive. Estimated docking window, 40 minutes. She quietly moved her personal resonance crystal collection away from the edge of her console and filed an emergency structural advisory to the station's chief engineer. The chief engineer, a Morvani collective mind with 300 years of docking experience, reviewed the advisory, processed the mass figure, and then spent 6 minutes doing something it had not done since the gravitational incident of year 247. It checked the clamp tolerances on every active docking pylon on the primary approach corridor. The wavefront continued to arrive. It moved through the Assembly's bones ahead of any visible cause, arriving in conference chambers and residential corridors, and the long ceremonial galleries on the station's upper ring as a pressure against the inner ear. A faint and sourceless unease that something massive was very near and moving toward you. The Serenthi delegate, whose entire nervous system operated on sympathetic crystal resonance, pressed both upper appendages flat against her containment housing and stopped speaking mid-sentence. The Morvani junior adjutant paused in the act of filing a motion on grain subsidy protocols and experienced, for the first time in its 4 decades of service, a physical sensation it could only describe later as the universe clearing its throat. In Velsorith's control center, the crystals on her console sang one long, thin, harmonically pure note, held it for approximately 3 seconds, and then went silent, and did not resume. She noted in her sensor log that the frequency had been 19 Hz. She did not yet know that 19 Hz was the resonant frequency at which the human inner ear begins to register existential dread. She would look this up later, after her shift, in the xenobiological supplement to the Assembly's Diplomatic Preparedness Manual, and she would sit with that information for a long time. The James Watt came around the final approach corridor and filled the dock. It did not glide. Gliding required a relationship with ambient space, a negotiation between hull geometry and fluid dynamics, a kind of conversation between the vessel and its environment. The James Watt did not negotiate. It displaced. Its hull was matte black, plated in overlapping slabs of dark, heavy composite that drank all available light and gave nothing back. The slabs were bolted on with fasteners the diameter of cargo containers, and the bolting was not decorative. The whole assembly communicated with total frankness that the people who built this ship had cared nothing for aesthetics and everything for the word stopping. Along the dorsal surface, enormous fins rose like the blades of some industrial altar, each one the length of a city block, each one radiating a thermal signature that made every infrared array on the primary corridor scream simultaneous warnings. The hull plating itself was not smooth. It was textured, scored, layered. Decades of maintenance cycles visible in its surface as strata, each patch a different shade of black, a geological record of repairs made in the field by people who had needed the ship to keep working and had not particularly cared whether it looked good while doing so. 3 years ago, an Assembly intelligence operative had filed a classified report describing those fins as atmospheric scorcher arrays. Weapon emplacements, the report concluded, capable of converting planetary atmospheres into sustained plasma events. The report had been distributed at the highest classification levels. 17 member species had quietly elevated their home system defensive postures. 2 had begun emergency evacuation logistics for their core worlds. The fins were cooling infrastructure. They existed because the ship's interior ran hot enough to require the continuous dissipation of several hundred megawatts of waste heat, and the engineers at the LEO dry docks had solved this problem using the method human engineers use to solve most problems. They built something large enough and physical enough that thermodynamics had no choice but to comply. The hydraulic docking clamps engaged. The sound of it moved through the station the way earthquakes move through continental plates. Not as noise, exactly, but as the renegotiation of structural assumptions. The clamps were mechanisms of hardened steel and compressed gas capable of exerting forces measured in millions of newtons, and when they closed around the docking pylons, the information traveled through every strut and deck plate and load-bearing member in the assembly's primary hub at the speed of sound in metal, which is faster than most species find comfortable. In 17 different meeting chambers, sessions paused. Delegates of the more fragile biologies reached for their atmospheric regulators. A junior Xylos archivist transporting a tray of resonance crystals to the lower records archive watched every single crystal on the tray shatter simultaneously and stood for a long moment looking at the glittering dust in her hands while the clamps tightened and the thudding settled into its rhythm. Slow, patient, 64 beats per minute give or take, at the frequency of the primary turbine assembly cycling 3 decks below the James Watt's bridge. It did not stop. It did not quiet. It simply continued, the heartbeat of something that had never needed to be silent, absorbed now into the bones of the assembly itself like a new and unwanted tenant. Ambassador Elias Thorne was the first human through the airlock. He did not look like what the intelligence reports had described. The reports had characterized humanity's planetary diplomatic corps as biological entities of moderate mass and unexceptional physical configuration, notable primarily for their anomalous energy infrastructure and the radiation tolerances their work environment had necessitated. The reports had been accurate as far as they went. They had not adequately addressed what happened when one of those biological entities put on a suit. The suit was not ceremonial. It was not designed. It was the product of hard requirements: lead polymer composite lining, 12 centimeters thick at the torso, 8 at the extremities, with a collar assembly that enclosed the neck and lower jaw in a shell of dark, matte-finished shielding material, and moved, when its wearer moved, with the particular heaviness of objects that could stop ionizing radiation and had been asked to, repeatedly. There was a scuff across the left shoulder plate that had never been buffed out. There was a weld repair on the lower right torso panel, precise and functional, the work of someone who had been competent and pressed for time and had not considered cosmetics a relevant variable. Thorne wore it the way a man who had been wearing it for 22 years wore it, without apparent awareness that it was unusual, and with the specific, unhurried gait of someone accustomed to carrying an additional 80 kilograms of protective mass as a routine professional obligation. He had a battered aluminum composite briefcase in his left hand. The surface of the briefcase was scratched in ways that suggested a career spent in environments where briefcases got scratched. He shifted it to his right hand and stepped through the docking interface into the receiving corridor of the Galactic Assembly, and every delegate present took one small, collective step backward. The prelate of the Xylos was waiting at the head of the reception line. She was extraordinary to look at. She wore flowing luminescent robes that moved with independent intention, their color shifting through registers of meaning that any assembly member could read, currently a deep, reverent violet, the hue reserved for encounters with sacred objects and phenomena of geological or astronomical significance. Her sensory filaments, which normally rested in a relaxed constellation around her upper cranial structure, were extended fully outward, tasting the air with the focused attention of a being reading something important. What they were reading made her color deepen, toward the edge of visible spectrum, toward something that crowded against ultraviolet. She bowed, low, formal, and with the precise weight of a gesture made to something the bower had sincerely assessed might kill her if the wrong impression were given. Thorne stopped. He looked at her. He looked at the row of delegates behind her, representatives of 400 species, arranged in the specific configuration of a formal receiving ceremony. all watching him with the unanimously focused attention of beings who had been told they were about to meet the representatives of a civilization that had split the fundamental building blocks of matter and used them as a primary energy source. Then he looked back at the prelate, at the deep violet of her robes and the full extension of her filaments and the quality of the bow, and his expression moved through several things in quick succession before settling somewhere in the territory of resigned professional patience. He extended his left hand, palm up, in the human gesture of offered greeting. The prelate's filaments translated the motion, an offering of contact, from within the vestments. She reached out with the tip of one luminescent filament and touched the back of his gloved hand, and the gesture was so careful it was almost an apology. Ambassador Thorne. Her voice through the translation matrix was layered harmonics, music built on music. The Assembly of Civilizations receives the representatives of the threshold species. We stand in reverence before the weight of your presence. Thorne looked at her for a moment with the expression of a man who had learned over 30 years in diplomatic service to treat every sentence as potentially meaning something entirely different from what it appeared to mean. "Prelate," he said, "good to finally meet in person. I apologize for the suit." He looked down at the torso assembly, at the matte black lead polymer that enclosed him from collarbone to boot, and then back up at her. Standard protocol inside 50 meters of the primary loop. Health and safety, you know how it is. The prelate's filaments rippled through 2 rapid color shifts before the translation matrix caught up. "The ceremonial armor of the Star Tamer," she said, and her voice carried something that was not quite reverence and was not quite fear, and occupied the specific space where both feelings live when they arrive simultaneously. The documentation of Inquisitor Vrax described it precisely. The holy vestment that stands between mortal flesh and contained sun. You wear your fire as a boundary. You wear the proof of what you carry. Behind Thorne, through the sealed airlock, the James Watt continued its patient percussion against the station's spine. The Serenthi delegate's crystalline housing was developing a hairline resonance fracture along its load-bearing axis. She had not yet noticed or had noticed and decided that remarking on it would be undiplomatic. Thorne followed the prelate's gaze to the docking corridor, to the dark shape of the ship's hull visible through the port, its cooling fins radiating in infrared, its exterior still ticking as it settled into thermal equilibrium with the dock. He thought about the James Watt, about the primary coolant loop currently running at 288 degrees Celsius, and the secondary loop sitting at around 2,100 pounds per square inch. Slightly elevated because Ensign Hartley had been operating the number 2 pump without a relief valve inspection for 6 days, and Chief Engineer Chen had, over those 6 days, sent him a series of messages that had escalated from professional concern to a vocabulary that would have required heavy redaction in any official record. He thought about the cooling fins, about the waste heat they were dumping into the dock's ambient environment right now, not because anyone had decided to, but because the physics simply required it. About the crystals on the archivist's tray. The prelate was watching him the way a person watches a thing they're not sure is stable. "We do not tame the star, prelate," Thorne said. "We trap it in a box and wait for it to get angry." The filaments stopped moving. Every single one of them. The color of the prelate's robes paused mid-shift, caught between violet and something the Assembly's chromatic meaning codex did not have a registered entry for. The silence in the corridor lasted 4 seconds, which does not seem like a long time until you are standing in it. Then, from somewhere in the station's lower levels, came a sound, distant, structural, brief, the kind of sound a load-bearing member makes when the vibration it has been absorbing exceeds its design tolerance. Something cracked. The Assembly's central resonance matrix registered it as a minor harmonic event and filed an auto-maintenance request. 7 Xylos delegates reached simultaneously for their atmospheric regulators, the gesture so synchronized it looked choreographed. Thorne picked up his briefcase. "I understand we have a presentation room prepared. My chief engineer has slides." The prelate of the Xylos, who had stood in the presence of 3 stellar ignition events and the final transmission of a dying God-class entity, and had not once reached for her environmental controls, reached for her environmental controls. Humanity had arrived. The James Watt sat in its dock and did not stop its drumming, and in Velsorith's control center the resonance array was registering something it had no category for. Not a weapon signature, not a drive signature, not any emission profile in its 4th-century reference library. Just heat. Continuous, patient, and indifferent. The kind of output that did not know it was being observed and would not have changed its behavior if it did. She stared at the readout for a long time, and then she filed a second advisory, and this one she marked urgent, because the human vessel's diplomatic filing listed its scheduled docking duration as 14 days, and she had just done a rough calculation of cumulative thermal load against the resonance tolerances of the crystal archive on sublevel 9, and the numbers were not good. The presentation was scheduled for the following morning. She queried the archive's emergency transfer capacity anyway, just in case, and noted with the particular resignation of a station archivist that there were 237 irreplaceable crystalline records down there that had survived 400 years of galactic history without incident. They had been vibrating for 11 minutes. Chapter 2. The Silent Perfection. The Xylos power core was located at the geometric center of the Assembly's primary hub, which the prelate explained was not an architectural choice, but a philosophical one. Everything radiated outward from it. Every corridor, every chamber, every residential ring and diplomatic gallery and docking approach had been oriented in deliberate relation to the core's position, the way ancient civilizations on a dozen worlds had oriented their cities around their temples. The prelate said this without apparent awareness that it might seem unusual. She said it the way someone describes a fact so foundational it has never required justification. Thorne walked beside her through corridors of white stone that reflected light without generating warmth, and he listened, and he said nothing, because 30 years of diplomatic service had taught him that the moments when you said nothing were frequently the most informative. The corridors were quiet. Not quiet the way empty corridors are quiet, where the absence of sound is simply the absence of occupants. Quiet the way a held breath is quiet, a quality that was not passive but active, maintained, a silence that the architecture itself seemed to be producing. The walls were smooth to a degree that was not natural but engineered, every surface finished to eliminate acoustic reflection, and the result was that Thorne's footsteps landed and vanished immediately, absorbed as if the floor were actively consuming the sound of his approach. The other delegates they passed moved without sound too. No rustle of clothing, no soft percussion of footfalls, nothing that announced their presence or their passage. They appeared and receded like objects in deep water. Thorne found himself walking more carefully than usual, placing each step with a deliberateness that was not quite reverence and not quite unease, but lived in the neighborhood of both. He became aware, after the first few minutes of walking, that he could hear his own heartbeat. He became aware, shortly after that, of how rarely that happened. On the James Watt, there was no silence to hear anything in. The turbine filled every quiet space on the ship the way water fills a vessel, completely, from the bottom up, leaving nothing unoccupied. He checked his wrist display. The James Watt's secondary loop was sitting at 2,040 pounds per square inch, slightly down from the elevated reading at docking. Chen had apparently addressed the Hartley situation, or had at least addressed it sufficiently that the pressure had stabilized, though Thorne had learned over years of working with Chief Engineer Chen that stabilized and resolved were two different categories of outcome, and only one of them meant you could stop thinking about it. He noted the reading, noted that the primary coolant temperature was holding at 291 degrees Celsius, and slid the display back under his cuff. The prelate paused at a set of doors that were not doors in any sense Thorne would have recognized. No frame, no hinge, no visible mechanism of operation, just a seam in the white wall that widened as they approached, responding to the prelate's presence the way a living thing responds to familiar contact. Beyond the seam was a chamber. It was not large. That was the first thing. Thorne had expected, given the philosophical weight the prelate had assigned to this location, something scaled to its significance, a cathedral volume, high ceilings, the kind of space that makes biological entities feel appropriately small. Instead, it was roughly the dimensions of a conference room. The walls were the same white stone. The floor was the same white stone. At the center of the room, on a column of the same white stone that rose to approximately waist height, sat an object the size of a marble. It was not glowing exactly. The light it produced was less a glow than a presence, a quality of luminance that did not behave the way light normally behaved, that did not cast shadows or gradients or fall off with distance. The air around it was not warmer than the air elsewhere in the room. The air around it was not cooler. The air around it was simply air, undisturbed, as if the object at the center of the chamber had no relationship with its environment beyond the fact of occupying the same space. The prelate stopped at the edge of the room and spread her filaments wide, a gesture Thorne's translation matrix flagged as reverence of the highest registered category. "The resonance seed," she said. "It powers the station, all of it. Every light, every atmospheric system, every data network. The full energy requirement of a structure housing 400 diplomatic delegations, their staffs, their support infrastructure, and their life support systems. All of it drawn from this, cleanly, without loss, without byproduct, without waste." Thorne looked at the marble. He thought about the James Watt. He thought about the primary heat exchanger, which was a cylinder of reinforced tungsten and lead that took up a volume roughly equivalent to a 6-story building and required a continuous flow of water to prevent it from destroying itself. He thought about the turbine assembly, which occupied 3 full decks and weighed 15 tons and generated electricity by spinning a steel rotor at 3,600 revolutions per minute, which produced a sound at full operation that the engineering crew described, uniformly and without exaggeration, as a tectonic roar. He thought about the secondary coolant loop and the waste heat gradient, and the cooling fins on the dorsal hull, which existed solely to shed the thermal energy that the reactor produced as an unavoidable consequence of doing anything at all. He thought about the crystals on the archivist's tray, about how they had lasted 4 centuries in the Assembly's archive and 11 minutes in the James Watt's docking radius. "How many of these do you have?" he asked. "1," the prelate said. "One has always been sufficient." The chamber was so quiet that Thorne could hear the soft movement of the prelate's robes against the floor. He could hear the faint rhythm of something in his own inner ear. Not quite a sound, more the expectation of a sound, the neurological habit of a man who had spent 22 years sleeping 3 bulkheads from a reactor core and had calibrated his sense of normal to include a permanent low-frequency thrum in the background of everything. The marble sat on its column and gave nothing away. "It's too quiet in here," Thorne said. "How do you know it's working if you can't hear the pipes screaming?" The prelate's filaments shifted. The color of her robes moved through something Thorne's translation matrix classified as polite bewilderment, a chromatic register that apparently occupied the frequency band between genuine curiosity and the specific feeling of encountering a concept that should be simple, but is somehow not. "The song does not scream," she said. "The song is the absence of disruption. Harmony is the condition of correct function. When all is as it should be, there is nothing to hear." "Right," Thorne said. He looked at the marble again. He looked at the column it sat on, which showed no cable connections, no coolant lines, no maintenance access panels, no emergency shutdown mechanisms, no warning labels, no radiation hazard placards, no posted pressure tolerances, no laminated instruction sheets taped to nearby surfaces by engineers who had learned the hard way that certain procedures needed to be physically visible at the moment of need. He looked at the floor, which was clean in the particular way of floors that had never had a coolant spill, a hydraulic fluid leak, a dropped wrench, or a moment of industrial unpleasantness of any kind. He thought about the floor of the James Watt's engineering deck, which Chen had described once, with a kind of professional fondness, as a record of every mistake we've ever made and fixed. The prelate was watching him with the attentive, gentle concern of a host who suspects their guest may be unwell. "You seem troubled," she said. "I'm fine," Thorne said. "I'm just trying to understand the maintenance cycle. When something goes wrong with it, when the output fluctuates or the resonance destabilizes, or there's a fault somewhere in the system, what does the corrective process look like?" The prelate considered this for a long moment. Her filaments moved slowly, the way they moved when the translation matrix was working on something that did not have a clean equivalent in the language being translated into. "The song does not destabilize," she said, finally. "It is a reflection of fundamental universal harmony. It cannot fault. Disruption would be—" She paused again, the filaments moving, and then produced a word that the translation matrix rendered as something between a philosophical impossibility and a category error, the linguistic equivalent of asking what happens north of the North Pole. "The question does not resolve." Thorne looked at her. He looked at the marble. He looked back at her. "So if it stopped," he said, keeping his voice very level and professional, "you would have no contingency." "It does not stop," the prelate said. "But if it did—" The filaments went still for a moment. "Ambassador, the song is the foundation on which all our systems rest. It is not a mechanism. It does not have failure states. To ask what we would do if the song stopped is to ask what we would do if mathematics ceased to function." Thorne nodded slowly. He was thinking about something Chen had said during their third year working together, during a drill on the emergency shutdown procedure, when a junior engineer had suggested that surely if the primary pump failed, they could rely on the secondary, and the secondary was rated for full load under emergency conditions. Chen had listened to this reasoning with the patience of a person physically restraining herself, and then she had said, "There is no such thing as a system that doesn't fail. There is only a system whose failure mode you have or haven't planned for." She had then required the entire engineering team to spend the remainder of the drill locating every manual override on the ship by touch, in the dark, against a timer. Because if the primary pump failed and took the secondary with it, the lighting system would be the next thing to go, and she intended for every person under her authority to know the difference between a valve and a pipe coupling with their eyes closed. 3 crew members had needed stitches before the drill was done. Chen had marked it a qualified success. The marble sat on its column, luminous and serene, and produced its steady, silent, perfectly efficient output. And Thorne stood in the quietest room he had ever occupied and felt, with the clarity of a man who had spent his career inside the noisiest machine humanity had ever built, the specific shape of what he was looking at. They had built their entire civilization on something they believed could not break. They had never needed to ask what happened if it did. They had never needed a backup. They had never needed a contingency, a redundant system, a fail-safe loop, an emergency manual override, a laminated instruction sheet, a wrench. He looked at his wrist display again. 2,042 pounds per square inch, holding steady. The primary coolant temperature was 290 degrees, which was slightly cooler than it had been, which meant Chen had done something to the number 2 pump loop, which meant Chen had either fixed it or had taken a different valve out of service to reduce load on the loop, which meant there was probably a message waiting for him that he was not going to enjoy reading. The James Watt was loud and heavy and inefficient and required constant maintenance and burned through fuel rods and consumed water by the metric ton and had to shed several hundred megawatts of waste heat continuously just to avoid destroying itself. And it had a floor in the engineering deck that was a record of every mistake they had ever made and fixed. And it had never, in 22 years, stopped. "Your power source is very beautiful," Thorne said, and he meant it. The prelate's robes shifted toward a warm amber. Gratitude, the matrix supplied, with a secondary harmonic of pride. "It is the greatest achievement of our civilization," she said, "to extract from the universe its own fundamental harmony and use it to sustain life, to take what is most true about reality and make of it a gift." Thorne looked at the marble one more time. Then he looked at his wrist display. Then he looked at the prelate, who was watching him with the luminous, earnest attention of a being who had never in her life heard something going wrong, and interpreted that silence as the highest possible evidence of something going right. "When does the presentation start?" he asked. "The 3rd cycle," she said. "Approximately 6 of your hours. I need to make a call to my ship first." "Of course." Her filaments moved in a pattern his matrix classified as gracious accommodation. "Is there anything you require? Any preparation we can assist with?" Thorne picked up his briefcase. He thought about Chen, about the presentation slides, about the holographic cross-section of a pressurized water reactor that was scheduled to appear on the largest display screen in the Grand Assembly Hall in approximately 6 hours in front of representatives of 400 civilizations who had just shown him a marble that powered a city and believed, with complete sincerity, that the concept of failure was a category error. "No," he said. "I think we're fully prepared." He walked back toward the corridor, and the door seemed closed behind him without sound, without mechanism, without any of the physical evidence that a thing had moved, and the quiet of the Xylos power core returned to its natural state, which was the sound of nothing at all, which was the sound the prelate had always understood to mean that everything was working perfectly. Thorne did not find the silence reassuring. He found the silence the way you find a dark room that someone has told you is empty, not comforting, but a condition you walk through carefully, listening for what isn't there yet, cataloging the exits, noting which way the door swings. The presentation was in 6 hours. In 6 hours he was going to have to explain to a civilization that had built its entire cosmology around the concept of frictionless perfection, that humanity had looked at the fundamental building blocks of matter and decided the most useful thing to do with them was make water angry enough to spin a wheel. He was almost looking forward to every second of it. Chapter 3. The Engineering Panic. The engineering deck of the James Watt smelled like hot metal and bad decisions. This was not a metaphor. The primary coolant loop ran 12 meters below the deck plating, separated from the crew by lead polymer composite and the institutional optimism of the LEO Dry Dock's Structural Engineering Division, and at operating temperature it produced a radiant warmth that traveled upward through the deck in the same way warmth travels through any sufficiently dense material, slowly, completely, and without any particular interest in whether the people standing on top of it found it comfortable. The humidity did not help. The James Watt was a wet ship by design, carrying 340 metric tons of working fluid in its primary and secondary loops at any given time, and some of that fluid was always in the process of going somewhere it was not supposed to go. Condensation beaded on the overhead pipes. Condensation beaded on the equipment housings. Condensation beaded on the coffee mugs that the engineering crew left on every available horizontal surface in defiance of the regulation that prohibited unsecured containers in operational areas, a regulation that Chief Engineer Sarah Chen had written herself and enforced on everyone except herself because she had decided, at some point in the last decade, that the coffee mug was a boundary worth holding. She was currently holding her coffee mug in one hand and a blueprint in the other, and she was not happy. "This one," she said, and held up the blueprint. It was a cross-section rendering of a standard pressurized water reactor primary loop, annotated in 3 colors of pen, with a note in the margin that read, "Check valve tolerances before Hartley touches anything again," underlined twice. This one cannot be on the presentation. Not slide 1, not slide 12, not the appendix. It goes in the secure locker and it stays there. "That's the primary loop schematic," said Lieutenant Yusuf Adeyemi, who was the James Watt's senior systems engineer and who had been in the process of organizing the presentation materials when Chen had materialized at his shoulder with the expression of a person who had just thought of something terrible. "We need it to explain the heat transfer sequence. Without the primary loop, you can't show how the fission energy moves to the secondary circuit." "Without the primary loop, they can't see that the heat transfer sequence is a pipe full of hot water," Chen said, "which is what I'm trying to avoid. It's not just a pipe full of... It's a pipe full of hot water, Yusuf. That is what it is. It is a pipe, and the pipe is full of water, and the water is hot because there is a nuclear reaction happening near it. I have a doctorate in thermodynamic engineering, and I am telling you, with full professional awareness of what I am saying, it is a pipe full of hot water." She set her coffee mug down on top of a secondary coolant pressure gauge, which was the closest available horizontal surface, and began rolling the schematic into a cylinder with the decisive movements of someone performing a burial. "We show them the turbine sequence. We show them the energy conversion math. We show them the output figures. We do not show them that the mechanism connecting those two things is a kettle. They're going to see the secondary loop diagram and ask where the thermal energy comes from. Then we tell them it comes from a highly sophisticated fission thermal exchange process. That's just what a reactor is, Sarah. Yes, Chen said, but it sounds better. The blueprint went into the secure locker. The locker closed with the heavy authoritative sound of a mechanism designed to contain things, which Chen had always found satisfying regardless of what was being contained. She turned back to the display table where the presentation materials were spread and looked at them with the expression of an engineer assessing structural damage, cataloging, prioritizing, deciding what could be salvaged and what needed to come down. The turbine cross-section could stay. The turbine was objectively impressive. 15 tons of precision-machined steel spinning at 3,600 revolutions per minute to generate 1.2 gigawatts of electrical output. And if you showed the output figures first and worked backward to the mechanism, it was possible, Chen had decided, to present the turbine as a sophisticated kinetic energy conversion system before anyone had time to notice that the kinetic energy was coming from steam. The steam generation sequence would need to be handled carefully. The condensate recovery loop was fine, actually, visually fine, looked appropriately technical. The cooling tower schematic had to go for the same reason as the primary loop. It was a picture of a large structure whose entire purpose was to make hot water cold again, and there was no framing that made that seem advanced. Deep in the ship's lower engineering section, something hissed. It was a short sound, sharp and wet, followed by a brief silence, followed by the low rushing sound of pressurized vapor finding an exit. The pressure gauge on the secondary loop display ticked down 2 units, held, and then ticked back up as the automatic compensation system redirected flow from the backup line. Chen looked at the gauge. She looked at Adeyemi. She looked at the small status light on the secondary loop panel that had gone from green to amber and was currently in the process of returning to green. Loop B valve, Adeyemi said. I know what it is, Chen said. Get someone down there after the briefing. She turned back to the display table. Outside the hull, beyond several centimeters of lead polymer composite and the vacuum of space, the steam that had escaped through the Loop B pressure relief valve was expanding into nothing. A brief white cloud against the black, visible for approximately 4 seconds before it dispersed. It was, objectively, a minor maintenance event. It happened periodically on every operational loop on any ship of the James Watt class. It was approximately as dramatic, from an engineering standpoint, as a faucet dripping. Inquisitor Vrax of the Assembly's Intelligence Directorate had been observing the human vessel for 11 hours from a concealed sensor position in the docking corridor's secondary infrastructure access when the cloud appeared. His equipment was excellent. The Assembly's Intelligence Directorate operated sensor arrays that could detect quantum state fluctuations at distances measured in light seconds, read energy signatures below the thermal noise floor of deep space, and identify the specific resonance profile of any known energy technology at a range of several thousand kilometers. He had brought all of it to bear on the human vessel for 11 hours and received in return 11 hours of data that his analysis suite was still processing because it did not fit any known category. The vessel was not using zero-point extraction. The vessel was not using gravity shearing. The vessel was not using resonant siphoning, vacuum potential, quantum harmonic draw, or any of the 17 other energy acquisition methodologies in the Directorate's technical reference library. What the vessel was using, according to his sensors, was heat. An enormous, sustained, multi-directional output of raw thermal energy that emerged from the vessel's interior in every direction simultaneously and did not stop, did not pulse, did not modulate. It simply radiated, like a star, like something that was burning. He had filed 3 preliminary reports in 11 hours, each one more carefully worded than the last, because the first 2 had generated responses from his supervisors that he interpreted as skeptical, and Vrax did not enjoy being interpreted as skeptical. The 3rd report had described the human vessel as operating on a principle of sustained thermal nucleosynthesis, achieved through a process of controlled subatomic excitation, which his supervisor had accepted without comment, which meant either that the description was accurate enough to be credible, or that his supervisor had stopped reading carefully. Either outcome satisfied Vrax. His job was to explain the data. The data was unexplainable by any conventional framework he possessed. Therefore, the framework required expansion, and Vrax was, above all professional considerations, a man who believed in expanding his frameworks. Then the cloud appeared. It emerged from the vessel's lower hull, white and dense and expanding rapidly into the vacuum, and Vrax's sensor array registered its composition in under 2 seconds. Water. Vaporized water, to be precise, at a temperature of approximately 300 degrees and a pressure that suggested it had been stored under significant mechanical compression before release. It expanded and dispersed and was gone in 4 seconds, leaving no trace except the data in his recording buffer. He stared at the data for a long time. He thought about what he knew of human technology, which was limited. He thought about what he knew of advanced energy systems, which was extensive. He thought about the thermal output profile of the vessel, which his analysis suite was still trying to categorize. He thought about the cloud. A less experienced analyst might have concluded that the human vessel had vented pressurized water vapor as a routine byproduct of its operational cycle. Vrax was not a less experienced analyst. Vrax had 17 years in the directorate and had written the definitive reference paper on the disguised energy signatures of Type II civilizations attempting to mask their true technological capacity from galactic observers. He began composing his 4th report. The humans, he wrote, had demonstrated a high-density chronal obfuscation field, a technology so advanced that it manipulated the local space-time medium to create what appeared, to unsophisticated analysis, as simple water vapor, but which in fact represented a controlled emission of compressed temporal potential capable of masking the vessel's true energy signature behind a screen of apparent mundanity. The release had lasted 4 seconds and had achieved complete sensor saturation across 17 of his array's 22 detection bands. The humans, he concluded, could hide their ships in artificial nebulae of their own construction. This capability should be considered a priority intelligence concern. He submitted the report and watched the dispersed cloud data cycle through his buffer one more time, and felt the particular satisfaction of a professional who has looked at a difficult problem and found the explanation that fits. Back on the engineering deck, Chen had gotten as far as slide 7 when Thorne arrived. He came through the hatch with his briefcase and the expression he wore when he had been thinking about something for long enough that it had stopped being a concern and started being a plan, which Chen had learned over the years to distinguish from his other expressions because it was the one that usually preceded her being asked to do something she would not enjoy. He looked at the display table. He looked at the secure locker. He looked at the pressure gauge on the secondary loop, which was back to green. "Loop B," she said before he could ask. "I figured," he said. He set his briefcase on the edge of the table and opened it, extracted a tablet, looked at something on the tablet, and then looked up at her. "I need to talk to you about the presentation. We're not showing them the primary loop schematic." "I agree with you." "Or the cooling tower diagram." "Also agree." "Or anything with the words boiling or steam in the slide title, because I ran a linguistic analysis on the Xylos translation matrix, and both of those words have direct equivalents in their language, and the equivalents are not technical terms, they're culinary terms. And I don't—" "Sarah." Thorne put his tablet down. "I just came from the Xylos power core." Chen stopped. She looked at him. She had worked with Thorne long enough to read the specific quality of his pauses, and this one had the weight of someone who had seen something that had changed the shape of the problem. "They have a marble," he said. "It powers the whole station. One marble. No backup." The engineering deck hummed around them. The primary coolant loop ran its cycle 12 meters below, hot and patient and continuous. The secondary loop pressure gauge held steady at green. Somewhere in the lower section, a valve that needed maintenance was waiting to be looked at. Chen picked up her coffee mug. She took a drink. She set it down. "If we tell them the truth," she said, "they won't respect us. They'll put us in a galactic zoo next to the species that still use wheels." "We use wheels," Thorne said. "I know we use wheels. That's my point." The display table showed slide 7, The turbine cross-section, clean and technical, the entry point of the presentation sequence Chen had been building, the version where you saw the output first and worked backward, and maybe, if you did it carefully, you never had to say the word steam at all. She looked at it for a long time. "They think we mastered the building blocks of reality," she said. "We just mastered the stove." "Yes," Thorne said. "And tomorrow morning we're going to stand up in front of 400 civilizations and explain that." "Yes." Chen set down her coffee. She looked at the secure locker where the primary loop schematic was stored. She looked at slide 7. She looked at Thorne, who was watching her with the particular patience of a man who had already done his thinking and was now waiting for someone else to finish doing theirs. "Slide 1 stays," she said finally. "But I'm changing the title." "To what?" "Something that makes it sound intentional." Thorne picked up his briefcase. He looked at the pressure gauge, the display table, the secure locker, the coffee mug on the coolant gauge. He looked at Chen, who had already turned back to the display and was pulling up the slide editor with the focused intensity of an engineer who has accepted the parameters of a problem and is now solely concerned with the solution. "I'll see you at 0600, he said. "Bring coffee," she said. "The presentation is 47 slides, and I haven't slept." He left. The hatch closed. The engineering deck hummed around Chen like a living thing. The deep thrum of the turbine 3 decks down, the soft percussion of the coolant pumps cycling through their rotation, the occasional tick of thermal expansion in the overhead pipes as the temperature gradients shifted. It was the sound of something that worked, something that had always worked, something that did not know how to be silent about the fact that it was working and had never been asked to be. In the Intelligence Directorate's sensor position in the docking corridor, Inquisitor Vrax was reading a response to his 4th report. His supervisor wanted clarification on the chronal obfuscation field mechanism and whether the humans had demonstrated any further capability in the elapsed period. Vrax looked at his sensor array. The human vessel sat in its dock and radiated heat in every direction and did not stop. He began composing his 5th report. The humans, he suspected, had not yet begun. Chapter 4. The Neutral Zone. The Grand Assembly Hall had been designed 380 years ago by an architectural collective representing 9 species and 4 distinct philosophical traditions regarding the relationship between physical space and the experience of significance. They had disagreed on almost everything. They had disagreed on proportion, on material, on the role of light, on whether the space should produce awe through scale or through intimacy, on whether the delegates seated within it should feel elevated by their surroundings or humbled by them. The debates had lasted 11 years and produced a document of architectural philosophy that was still studied in assembly institutions as a masterwork of collaborative reasoning. What they had agreed on, unanimously and without significant debate, was this. When something important was about to happen in this room, you would know it. The room would tell you. Not through any mechanical system, not through lighting adjustment or acoustic modulation, but through the accumulated weight of everything that had already happened here, pressing forward into the present like a geological force, making the air thick with the specific quality of moments that matter. Thorne stood at the entrance to the hall and felt the air and thought, yes, all right, this is that. The delegates were already seated. 400 species represented, in the tiered galleries that curved upward and inward from the central podium, in a shape that managed to be simultaneously democratic and theatrical. Everyone visible, everyone equal in sight line, everyone oriented toward the single point at the room's center where the presenter stood. The galleries were full in the way that galleries are full when the thing being presented has been anticipated for a long time, and the anticipation has curdled over weeks of preparation and intelligence reports and whispered diplomatic communiques, into something heavier than curiosity, into something closer to the feeling you get standing at the edge of a very high place, looking down, trying to decide whether the distance is beautiful or terrible, unable to conclude that it is only one of those things. Thorne could feel the quality of their attention from the entrance corridor. It had a texture. Most audiences had a texture, a readiness, a particular flavor of expectation that you could read from 30 meters away if you'd spent enough years in rooms like this. The texture of this audience was unlike anything he had encountered in 30 years of diplomatic service, because it was not the texture of people who wanted to be persuaded, or informed, or entertained, or challenged. It was the texture of people who had already decided what they were about to see and were simply waiting for the evidence to arrive. They were here to confirm something they already believed. That made them, in Thorne's professional assessment, exactly the kind of audience that was hardest to manage when the evidence turned out to be different from what they'd expected. He straightened his jacket. He picked up his briefcase. He walked in. They were here to see the God-Killers speak. That was the phrase that had circulated through Assembly diplomatic channels in the 6 weeks since humanity's presentation had been scheduled. Not an official designation, not a formal category in any Assembly taxonomy, but a phrase that had moved from conversation to conversation the way significant phrases do, gathering weight with each repetition, until it had achieved the status of a thing that everyone knew without anyone having decided to establish it. The God-Killers, the species that had taken the fundamental architecture of matter and cracked it open like a tool, who wore the evidence of their power as armor, who arrived in ships that shook the bones of stations and radiated like small stars and never, according to every intelligence report Inquisitor Vrax's office had filed, stopped. Thorne walked to the podium with his briefcase. He was aware of the room in the way you are aware of a room when the room is aware of you. A reciprocal attention, palpable, directional, 400 species tracking his movement across the central floor with the focused unanimity of organisms that have identified something significant in their environment and are waiting to understand what it does next. He had spoken in large venues before. He had addressed the UN Security Council twice and the full General Assembly once, which was an experience that prepared you, technically, for the mechanics of public address at scale, but prepared you for nothing else about what was happening right now. The UN General Assembly did not look at you like this. The UN General Assembly looked at you like diplomats, which was to say with carefully maintained expressions of professional neutrality overlying whatever they actually thought. And whatever they actually thought was almost never that the person at the podium represented a civilization capable of ending theirs. He set his briefcase on the podium. He opened it. He took out his tablet and connected it to the presentation system and brought up the first slide, which was the one Chen had retitled at 5:40 in the morning after 2 hours of increasingly terse negotiation with ADME about what the title should communicate, and which now read, in large clean letters, Human Primary Energy Architecture, a technical overview, neutral, informative, containing no words that translated to culinary concepts in any of the 17 major assembly languages that Chen had checked. She had also, Thorne noted, removed the footnote that had originally appeared in small text at the bottom of slide 1, which had read, all measurements in SI units except where noted. She had removed it because she had explained at approximately 4 in the morning the phrase SI units would require explanation, the explanation would require context, the context would require the word steam, and she was not saying that word until at minimum slide 12. The room waited. The hall's acoustic engineering was extraordinary. A silence here had a different quality from silence elsewhere, a completeness that suggested the space had been designed to make even the absence of sound feel intentional, felt rather than merely registered. Thorne had stood in the silence for perhaps 4 seconds before the Grand Inquisitor rose, and in those 4 seconds he became aware of 1,700 individual points of alien attention, all oriented toward him, all carrying the specific weight of anticipation that has been building for a very long time and has finally arrived at its object. The slide was projected on the display surface behind him, 3 stories tall. The Grand Inquisitor of the Assembly rose from the ceremonial seat at the highest gallery tier. He was a Morvani elder, which meant he was a collective intelligence distributed across a biological substrate that had been accumulating knowledge and experience for 260 years. And he moved with the specific unhurried gravity of an entity that had processed more history than most species had produced. He raised both primary appendages in the formal gesture of the Assembly's highest welcome, reserved, according to protocol, for first contact events, for the arrival of species achieving galactic membership, and for moments of significance that the Assembly's procedural taxonomy had no more specific category for. The Assembly of Civilizations receives the representatives of the threshold species, the Grand Inquisitor said, and his voice through the hall's acoustic systems was layered and resonant in the way of collective minds, many harmonic frequencies assembled into a single address. We have awaited this moment with reverence and with humility, the species that has looked into the heart of matter and bent its fury to mortal purpose, that has made of the star's own violence a servant. We are honored by your presence. We are grateful that you have chosen to share with us the geometry of your power. We acknowledge that we stand before you as students before a teacher, and that what you carry with you into this hall today. And here his appendages gestured toward Thorne, toward the podium, toward the briefcase and the tablet and the projected slide behind him, is a knowledge that will change what we understand about what is possible. He bowed. The entire upper gallery bowed with him, a ripple of deference moving through the highest tiers of assembly seniority like a wave moving through water. And then the lower galleries followed, and then the middle. And for a moment the entire room was bowed toward Thorne in a gesture of collective reverence that had no equivalent in human diplomatic protocol, that his protocol briefing had not prepared him for, that landed in the center of his chest with a force entirely disproportionate to its physical expression. Thorne stood at the podium and looked at the bow and felt the weight of it in the specific part of his chest where he kept the things he did not let reach his face. He thought about what the Grand Inquisitor had said, about the geometry of your power, about knowledge that would change what is understood about what is possible, about students before a teacher. He thought about Chen, who had been awake for 19 hours building a presentation specifically designed to prevent the room from understanding the geometry of their power for as long as possible, or at least long enough that the understanding arrived in the right order, framed correctly, so that what landed was the capability and not the mechanism, the output and not the kettle. He thought about the briefcase, about the tablet, about the 47 slides that Chen had assembled over 19 hours. The presentation she had built and rebuilt and negotiated with Adeyemi, and then negotiated with herself. The sequence that started with the output figures and worked backward and handled the steam question carefully and never used the word boiling in a slide title. He thought about slide 1 with its neutral professional title, and slide 7 with the turbine cross-section, and slide 23, which was the one Chen had flagged at 3 in the morning as the slide where someone was definitely going to ask the question, and slide 31, which was the one that answered it. He thought about the marble, about the room in the assembly's core, where a silence so complete he could hear his own heartbeat surrounded a marble-sized object that powered everything, and the prelate who had lived in that silence her whole life and had never once needed to ask what she would do if it stopped. He thought about the James Watt, sitting in its dock 3 kilometers away, doing what it always did. Running hot, running loud, shedding heat in every direction, demanding maintenance, consuming water, driving its turbine around and around and around at 3,600 revolutions per minute. Because that was the thing it did. The only thing it did. The thing it had been doing for 22 years without stopping. Because that was what you built when you decided that the most important property of a power source was not elegance or efficiency or harmonic resonance with the fundamental mathematics of the universe, but the simpler, more demanding, more unglamorous property of not stopping when things went wrong. The Grand Inquisitor was still bowed. The gallery was still bowed. 400 species, representing the accumulated technological achievement of civilizations that had been reaching toward the stars for longer than humanity had been building fires, waiting in a posture of reverence for the god-killers to speak. Thorne looked at the room. He looked at the first slide. He looked at his tablet, where a message from Chen had arrived 40 seconds ago reading, "Loop B valve is fixed. Hartley is on report. Pressure nominal across all circuits. We're ready when you are." He looked back out at the hall. The Grand Inquisitor had retaken his seat, but his attention had not moved. 260 years of accumulated intelligence, patient and focused, waiting. Around him the gallery held its collective stillness, and in that stillness Thorne could feel the shape of what was about to happen, the moment before, and then the moment after, and the gap between them that he was about to create. He had been a diplomat for 30 years. He had delivered bad news in 17 languages, and good news in 12, and ambiguous news, which was the most common kind, in all of them. He had sat across tables from people who wanted things he could not give them, and found ways to leave the table with the relationship intact. He had, on 2 occasions, been the person in the room who understood that the thing everyone was waiting for was not the thing that was coming, and he had learned, on both of those occasions, that there was no preparation for the particular quality of silence that followed the moment of understanding. The air was thick with the quality of a moment that was about to change what came after it. He had stood in rooms like this before, or in rooms that were trying to be like this, and he knew the feeling of standing at the hinge point of a thing, the moment just before the door swings, when everything is still both possible and impossible simultaneously. He knew what it felt like to be the person in that moment who understood something that the room did not understand yet. He knew what was on slide 3. He took a breath. He looked at the Grand Inquisitor, who had raised his head now and was watching him with the luminous, patient attention of 260 years of accumulated intelligence focused on a single point. "Honored members," Thorne said, and his voice through the hall's acoustic system was steady and quiet, and carried the way voices carry in rooms that have been built to make single voices fill very large spaces. "Before we begin, please understand that for humans, logic is often just a very loud noise." The hall was silent. Then Thorne clicked to slide 2, and in the 3-story display behind him, a cross-sectional diagram of a pressurized water reactor primary loop appeared. And in the lower left corner of the diagram, in clean technical font, a single component was labeled inlet pipe. No one in the gallery moved. 400 civilizations looked at the diagram. They looked for the subatomic harmonic siphon. They looked for the 0-point extraction array, the gravity shearing manifold, the resonance capture matrix. They looked for the part that explained why this species had shaken the bones of the Assembly's primary hub just by docking, why their ships ran hot as stars, why their ambassador wore lead as a holy vestment and described their power source as something kept in a box and made angry. They were looking at a pipe. They did not know that yet. But somewhere in the back of the room, in the gallery tier reserved for scientific observers, a Xylos xenophysicist named Selvoth had leaned forward in her seat, and the color of her robes had shifted, and she was staring at the diagram with the expression of someone who has just seen something that doesn't make sense, and cannot yet decide whether that means the diagram is wrong or that everything she knows is. The presentation had begun. Chapter 5. The Slide of Doom. The diagram appeared on the 3-story display, and the hall went quiet in a way that was different from the quiet before. The quiet before had been anticipatory. The held breath of 400 species waiting for something they expected to be vast. This quiet was different. This was the quiet of 400 species looking at something that did not match what they had prepared themselves to see, and needing a moment to reconcile the gap between the two. It was a computational silence, a loading silence, the silence of very sophisticated minds running a very fast search through everything they knew and coming back empty. Thorne stood at the podium and let it sit. The diagram was a standard cross-section rendering of a pressurized water reactor. Chen had selected it from the James Watt's technical documentation library at approximately 4:30 in the morning, after rejecting 11 other candidates on grounds that ranged from too much visible piping to the words primary coolant loop appearing in a font size she considered inadvisable. The surviving diagram showed the reactor vessel at center, the heat exchangers to either side, the secondary loop curving away toward the turbine assembly in the lower right quadrant. It was labeled cleanly, technically, in the neutral font of engineering documentation everywhere. The labels said things like reactor vessel and steam generator and pressurizer. The gallery did not know what any of those words meant in the context they were about to learn, but they were leaning forward. Selvoth, the Xylos xenophysicist in the scientific observer tier, had not moved since the diagram appeared. Her filaments were fully extended and absolutely motionless, which in Xylos physiological terms indicated the state of maximum cognitive engagement, the biological posture of a mind that has received a datum so anomalous that it has temporarily suspended all other processing to allocate full resources to the problem. She was staring at the secondary loop. She was staring at the component labeled steam generator. She was staring with the focused, unblinking attention of someone trying to find the hidden layer, the underlying sophistication that must be present somewhere in this diagram and was not yet visible. It was not there, but she did not know that yet. Thorne clicked to slide 3. Slide 3 was Chen's work entirely. It was a kinetic diagram, animated, showing the full thermal cycle from reactor core to turbine to condenser and back. The reactor core pulsed with a deep orange glow. That had been Chen's one concession to aesthetics, made at 5 in the morning on the grounds that at least it looks intentional. And the heat moved through the system in a flow animation that Adeyemi had spent 40 minutes calibrating to look appropriately dynamic without, as Chen had specified, looking like something a child had made for a school project. The turbine at the end of the cycle spun. Around it, the waste heat gradient pulsed outward in red. The thermal signature, the inefficiency made visible, the thing that had been radiating from the James Watt's cooling fins since the moment of docking. Chief Engineer Sarah Chen stepped up from the side of the podium. She was in her duty uniform rather than anything diplomatic, because she had told Thorne at 0500 that she was not putting on a dress to explain thermodynamics to aliens, and he had decided this was a boundary the mission could accommodate. The duty uniform was gray-green, worn at the elbows, with a chief engineer's rank insignia on the collar that she had reattached that morning with the incorrect fastener, because the correct fastener had gone missing somewhere in the engineering deck during the previous night's maintenance cycle, and she had not had time to locate it. She had her tablet in her left hand and a stylus in her right, and she moved to the display with the brisk, slightly impatient energy of a person who had a great deal of technical information to convey and a limited tolerance for the amount of time available to convey it. The gallery watched her cross the floor the way the gallery had watched Thorne cross the floor, with the complete, focused attention of organisms tracking something they had decided was significant. She did not appear to notice, or she had noticed and had made the professional calculation that noticing would slow her down. "This," she said, indicating the pulsing orange core with her stylus, "is where the energy comes from. The fuel elements undergo fission. The nucleus of a heavy atom splits, releasing thermal energy. That energy heats the primary coolant. The primary coolant transfers heat to the secondary loop through the steam generator. The secondary loop fluid vaporizes." She paused. She had agreed with Thorne the night before that she would pause here, specifically here, because what came next was the moment, and the pause was load-bearing. The vapor drives the turbine. The turbine generates electricity. The electricity powers the ship. She moved her stylus to the turbine. It spun in the diagram, clean and mechanical. The 15-ton steel rotor cycling at 3,600 revolutions per minute in its housing 3 decks below the James Watt's bridge at this exact moment. The gallery was very still. In the third row of the scientific observer tier, a Morvani xenophysics collective raised a cluster of sensor appendages toward the display. In the diplomatic gallery, the representative of the Serenthi collective had both upper appendages pressed flat against the arms of her seat. The prelate of the Xylos, in the front row of the assembly leadership gallery, had her filaments drawn in tight, the chromatic register of her robes cycling through colors that Thorne's translation matrix was cataloging as confusion, and beneath confusion, something older. Something that the matrix flagged as a root emotional state that predated language. A voice came from the scientific observer tier. It was Selvoth, and she had raised one filament in the formal gesture of a request to address the podium, but she was not waiting for acknowledgement. Her voice had the particular quality of a scientist who has heard something that cannot be correct and needs it to be correct because the alternative is worse. "The secondary loop fluid," she said. "The substance that vaporizes. What is it?" Chen looked at her. Chen looked at Thorne. Thorne gave her the small, very slight nod that they had agreed the night before would mean, yes, now, tell them. Water, Chen said. The hall absorbed this. It absorbed it the way a structure absorbs an impact, not immediately, not all at once, but progressively, the information moving outward from the point of contact through the surrounding material, finding the load-bearing elements, testing them. Water, Selvoth repeated. The word in her language had the same translation, the base compound, 2 hydrogen atoms bonded to 1 oxygen atom, the most common liquid in the known galaxy, present in the biospheres of roughly 60% of inhabited worlds, a substance so fundamental and so unremarkable that most assembly technical documentation used its chemical notation as a shorthand for ordinary. It was the thing that fell from clouds, the thing that filled oceans, the thing that biological life organized itself around and drank and moved through, and which had never, in the 400 years of assembly technical literature that Selvoth had studied, appeared in any document describing advanced energy infrastructure as anything other than a coolant byproduct to be managed and disposed of. Water, Chen confirmed. The silence this time was not computational. It was something else entirely. It was the silence of a very large number of very intelligent minds arriving simultaneously at the boundary of a thing they did not have a category for, and stopping there, looking at the boundary, trying to decide what it meant that the boundary existed. The Grand Inquisitor spoke from the upper gallery. His voice had lost some of the ceremonial layering it had carried during the welcome address. What remained was something more direct, something that sounded like 260 years of accumulated intelligence asking a question it genuinely did not know the answer to. Your fuel, he said. The fission. The splitting of the atom. The process that your species has harnessed as your primary energy source, that generates the thermal output that powers your vessels and your civilization. You use this process, this fundamental manipulation of the building blocks of matter, to heat water. It was not quite a question. Yes, Thorne said. To produce vapor. Yes. Which turns a wheel. Thorne looked at Chen. Chen looked at the diagram. The turbine spun in the animation, patient and mechanical, exactly as it had been spinning for 22 years in the ship's lower decks, exactly as turbines had been spinning since the 1880s when a Scottish engineer named Charles Parsons had looked at the problem of converting thermal energy into rotational motion and had arrived at a solution so effective that 2 centuries and a dozen fuel sources later, humanity was still using it in the same fundamental configuration, still using it in ships that traveled between stars because the solution worked, and working solutions did not require elegance to justify their continued existence. Which turns a wheel, Thorne said. The Grand Inquisitor was quiet for a moment. The gallery was quiet. The animated diagram cycled through its loop. Fission, heat transfer, vaporization, turbine, condenser, return. Clean and clear and entirely, completely, and without any ambiguity whatsoever a picture of what it was. Selvoth's voice came from the scientific tier, and it had changed. The analytical register was still there, but something had shifted beneath it, something that the translation matrix rendered with a qualifier it almost never used. A qualifier that indicated the emotional content of the statement was not fully expressible in the target language, but that the closest available rendering was the dawning of a very specific kind of vertigo. Wait, she said. You split the atom to make the water angry? The words landed in the hall, and the hall let them sit there. Thorne did not answer immediately. He looked at the diagram. He looked at the turbine spinning in its animation. He looked at the Grand Inquisitor, at the prelate, at the 400 species in their tiered galleries, at the collective weight of galactic technological achievement assembled in this room to receive the knowledge of a civilization that had stared into the heart of matter and found there an energy so vast, so fundamental, so cosmologically significant that every species in the assembly had assumed with complete reasonableness that the use humanity had found for it would be proportionately vast. He thought about the James Watt, about the primary heat exchanger that was a cyclopean cylinder of tungsten and lead in the ship's lower section, surrounded by warning symbols that the prelate had interpreted as protective runes. About the turbine 3 decks below that, 15 tons of precision machined steel going around and around. About the water in the secondary loop, currently sitting at 2,042 pounds per square inch, currently being heated to a vapor, currently driving that turbine, currently generating the electricity that powered every system on the ship, and had done so continuously for 22 years, and would do so for as long as there was fuel in the rods and water in the tanks and someone keeping an eye on the pressure gauges. "Yes," he said, "we split the atom to make the water angry." Something moved through the gallery. It was not sound exactly. It was the collective physiological response of 400 species processing the same information at the same moment. A shift in posture, in chromatic register, in the orientation of sensory apparatus. The prelate's filaments had gone so tightly drawn, they were almost invisible against her cranial structure. The Morvani collective in the scientific tier had contracted its sensor appendages inward. The Serenthi delegate's crystalline housing, still bearing its hairline fracture from the docking vibration, emitted a single high, clear note as her internal resonance shifted and the fracture widened by 3 micrometers. Selvoth was still looking at the diagram. Her robes had gone a color the translation matrix had never encountered before and declined to categorize. When she spoke again, her voice was very quiet, and the question it asked was not a scientific question, or rather, it was a scientific question in the way that all genuinely important questions are scientific questions, which is to say, it was the question that followed logically from everything that had just been established and whose answer, whatever it was going to change something. "It's just a pod, isn't it?" she said. The turbine spun in the diagram. The waste heat pulsed outward in red. The inlet pipe label sat in the lower left corner of slide 2. Patient as it had been patient when the diagram first appeared, waiting for the room to finish arriving at the place it had been all along. Thorne looked at her. He looked at the hall, at the 400 civilizations that had elevated humanity to the category of god-killers, that had built intelligence reports around the concept of a species that had mastered the atom, that had watched the James Watt arrive and felt its vibration in their bones, and concluded that a species capable of generating that kind of presence must be in possession of a proportionately sophisticated understanding of the universe. They were just also in possession of very good pipes. He did not answer Selvoth's question. He did not need to. The answer was on the display behind him, cycling through its animation, as clear as anything had ever been, and every mind in the room capable of processing visual information had already arrived at it. He let the silence hold the answer. He let the turbine spin. He let the diagram be what it was. Then he clicked to slide 4, which was the output figures, and the number that appeared, 1.2 gigawatts of continuous electrical output, generated by 15 tons of spinning steel driven by the vapor of heated water, sat under the diagram of the thing that generated it, and the relationship between those two pieces of information was visible to every scientific mind in the room, and the relationship was not comfortable. A species that would do this with the fundamental force of the universe was not a species that thought about things the way other species thought about things. The prelate of the Xylos reached for her atmospheric regulators again. She had not released them since she had first reached for them in the docking corridor, and she was not going to release them now, because the feeling that had made her reach for them had not diminished. It had clarified. It had resolved from a vague, bone-deep unease into something specific and nameable, and the name for it was this. She was not afraid of what humanity had built. She was afraid of the mind that had looked at the atom and seen, first and most importantly, a way to heat water. That mind was still in the room. It was clicking to slide 5. Chapter 6. The Thermodynamic Insult. The floor session began before Thorne had finished slide 9. This was not, technically, within Assembly procedural protocol. The formal question period was scheduled for after the full presentation, following the established diplomatic convention that a presenting civilization should be permitted to complete its technical address before the floor opened for inquiry. The Grand Inquisitor had reminded the Assembly of this convention twice. The second reminder had been directed specifically at the scientific observer tier, where Selvoth had raised her filament for the third time in 20 minutes, with the focused urgency of someone for whom procedural convention had become a secondary concern relative to the thing she needed to understand. The Grand Inquisitor looked at her. He looked at the diagram on the display. He looked at the gallery, where the texture of the assembled attention had shifted from reverent anticipation into something considerably more complicated, something that had more of the quality of a room where a fundamental assumption has been questioned and the questioning has not yet resolved. He made a procedural exception. Thorne stepped back from the podium. Chen remained at the display with her stylus. Selvoth descended from the scientific tier with the particular speed of a person who has been waiting to move and has finally been given permission. She was a tall Xylos, her filaments in the fully extended configuration that indicated maximum cognitive engagement, her robes cycling through a rapid chromatic sequence that Thorne's translation matrix was rendering as urgent inquiry overlaid with something it flagged as controlled distress. She stopped at the floor level, facing the display, and she looked at the diagram the way a diagnostician looks at a scan, searching for the pathology, for the thing that explained the anomaly, for the hidden architecture that would make the impossible make sense. The working fluid, she said, the substance designated as water in your secondary loop. You confirmed this is dihydrogen monoxide, common water, biological grade, not a quantum state fluid, not a resonance-active compound, not a structured lattice medium with harmonic properties. She was listing these as exclusions, ticking off categories the way you tick off differentials. Plain water. Plain water, Chen said. We use distilled to keep the mineral content down, scaling in the pipes, but yes, essentially tap water. Selvoth absorbed this. And the primary coolant. Also water. Also water. Different loop, physically isolated from the secondary. The primary runs hotter and is mildly radioactive from neutron activation, so we keep it separated. But yes, water. The chromatic sequence on Selvoth's robes paused. It held on a color Thorne had not seen before and could not find a reference for in his matrix's registry. Then it resumed cycling, faster than before. I need to understand the thermal efficiency of this system, she said, and she turned to Chen with the directness of a scientist who has moved past social calibration into pure problem-solving mode. You are generating thermal energy through nuclear fission. The theoretical energy yield of fission per unit of fuel mass is, and she produced a figure, in assembly units, which Chen's tablet translated in real time, vastly in excess of any other energy release process available to matter at substellar scales. You then transfer this energy to water. You vaporize the water. The vapor drives a mechanical turbine. You generate electricity. She paused. What percentage of the initial fission energy is converted to usable electrical output in this process? Chen looked at her tablet. She looked at Thorne. She looked back at Selvoth. Roughly 33%, Chen said. 30 to 35 depending on operating conditions. The watt runs at about 32 under standard load. The silence that followed had a specific quality. It was the silence of a calculation completing. 33%, Selvoth said very carefully, as if the words required individual handling. You recover 33% of the available energy. Correct. The remainder. Waste heat. We shed it through the cooling system, the fins on the hull. You've seen them. Selvoth turned to the gallery. She turned back to Chen. She turned to the display, where the animated thermal cycle was still running its loop. Fission, transfer, vaporization, turbine, condenser. And she looked at the red pulse of waste heat moving outward from the condenser in every cycle. The 67% of the initial fission energy that left the system as heat without performing any work. That was simply dumped into the surrounding environment because the thermodynamics of the Rankine cycle made it unavoidable. Because you could not convert all of a heat source's energy to work without a cold sink at absolute zero, and absolute zero was not available as an engineering resource. 67% loss, she said. The words had the quality of something being stated for the record. Your primary energy system wastes 67% of the energy it generates, as heat. 67 to 70% yes, Chen said. It's a thermodynamic constraint. Second law. You can't beat it with this cycle. You are aware of this. We've been aware of it since the 19th century. And you continued to use this system. It works, Chen said, with the particular flatness of someone stating a fact that they consider self-evidently sufficient. The gallery had been following this exchange with the collective attention of 400 species watching something unfold that they had not fully anticipated. But now, from the diplomatic gallery, a new voice entered, younger, higher in harmonic register, carrying the specific quality of a species whose technological self-conception was significantly more advanced than the one currently being described from the podium. It was the delegate of the Varine, a civilization that had achieved Type II energy classification some 300 years prior and had never, in Thorne's briefing materials, been described as diplomatically subtle. I must ask, the Varine delegate said, whether the human delegation is aware that this system, this thermal cycle, this conversion of fission energy to mechanical rotation through the medium of vaporized water, is, in principle, no more sophisticated than the combustion engines your own historical record indicates your species used 12,000 years ago to boil water over fire. The mechanism is identical. The fuel source has changed. The fundamental logic has not. He paused. You are using the fundamental force of the universe as a glorified matchstick for a campfire. The hall absorbed this. Chen's stylus stopped moving. She looked at the Varine delegate with an expression that Thorne recognized. It was the expression she wore in the engineering deck when a junior crew member said something that was technically accurate but operationally useless. The expression that preceded a response she had to think carefully about, because the first version of the response was not suitable for professional environments. Thorne stepped back to the podium. The delegate is correct, he said, that the fundamental principle of the Rankine cycle has not changed substantially since its original development. We convert thermal energy to mechanical work through a phase change working fluid. We have done this with wood fire, with coal, with oil, with fission, and we will likely do it with fusion when that becomes practical at the scale we need. The fuel changes. The wheel keeps turning. He looked at the Varine delegate. The wheel has kept turning continuously for 22 years on this ship, through 14 deep space transits, 4 emergency repair cycles, and 1 incident in the secondary coolant system that I am not authorized to discuss in detail, but which I will note did not stop the wheel. The wheel does not stop. He let that sit for a moment. That is the engineering priority. Not elegance, continuity. The Varine delegate sat back. He did not appear convinced, but he sat back. Selvoth was still at the floor. She had been making calculations on her own tablet during the exchange, and she had the look of someone whose calculations were not producing results she was comfortable with. She looked up. The waste heat, she said. The 67% that your system sheds is thermal radiation. I have been running the output figures for your vessel against the fin surface area you have reported, and I am finding that the thermal gradient your ship maintains, the temperature differential between your hull and ambient space, is detectable at a range of approximately 30,000 of your kilometers. She paused. Your ship is thermally visible at 30,000 kilometers to any sensor array capable of detecting infrared radiation, which is every sensor array in operational use by every assembly member species. Yes, Thorne said. Your ship is essentially invisible to quantum state energy sensors, which read only structured energy signatures and find your fission output to be incoherent noise. But it is blazingly, catastrophically visible to thermal sensors. Also yes. So you cannot be detected by the technology we use to find energy signatures, but you can be detected by the technology we stopped using for military purposes because it was considered too crude to be tactically relevant. Thorne looked at her. That's an accurate summary. Selvoth looked at the gallery. The gallery looked at the display. The display cycled through its animation, waste heat pulsing outward in red with every pass, patient and continuous and enormous. From the upper gallery, from the tier reserved for assembly administrative functions, a voice that Thorne did not immediately recognize spoke a phrase that his translation matrix rendered in 2 steps. First, the literal translation, which was something like categorization error, biological origin, unresolved, and then the contextual translation, which required a brief processing pause before it returned the phrase that, Thorne would later learn, had been entered into the Assembly's formal diplomatic record as humanity's provisional classification at the close of this session. The phrase was biological error. It was not an insult in the technical sense of the Assembly's linguistic classification system. It was a taxonomic category, a designation for civilizations whose technological development had followed an anomalous path, one that produced functional outcomes through means that the Assembly's standard models did not predict or account for. It sat between developmental outlier and unclassified emergence in the Assembly's species taxonomy, and it had not been assigned to any civilization in the Assembly's 400-year history. The last proposed use of the category had been in year 91 for a civilization that had developed faster than light communication through what turned out to be a misreading of their own data, and the proposal had been rejected on the grounds that the evidence did not support anomalous classification. In the record, the category had sat empty for 309 years, maintained in the taxonomy, not because anyone expected to use it, but because the taxonomists responsible for the system had not been able to agree on a principled reason to remove it. Thorne made a note of it on his tablet. He noted the source, the tier, the time of utterance. He noted that it had been said in a register that was not hostile, which he filed as marginally encouraging. He noted that the gallery had not responded to it with disagreement, which he filed as less encouraging. Then he looked at Chen, who had heard it too, and who had an expression that he knew well, the expression she wore when she had made a decision about something and was working backward from the decision to find the words that fit it. Before we move to slide 10, Thorne said, turning back to the hall, I want to address the efficiency question directly, because I think the framing of 33% efficiency as a failure metric misunderstands what the number measures. He looked at the Vereen delegate, and then at the gallery broadly, the sweep of his attention taking in the scientific tier and the diplomatic galleries and the administrative level where the biological error notation had originated. 33% efficiency is the conversion rate. It is not the reliability rate. The reliability rate of this system, over 22 years of continuous operation on this vessel, is 100%. He paused. Every system you have seen described today, the fuel rods, the coolant loops, the turbine, the condensers, has operated within nominal parameters for 22 consecutive years. It has not stopped. Not once. He let that settle. The 67% we lose to heat is the cost of that reliability. We have decided, as an engineering culture, that reliability is worth paying for. We have decided this every time we have redesigned the system, over 2 centuries of iteration, and every time we have arrived at the same conclusion. The wheel that keeps turning is worth more than the wheel that turns perfectly until it doesn't. The hall was quiet again. The particular quality of this quiet was new. Not the computational silence of the diagram reveal, not the loaded silence of the water confirmation, but something more considered, something that had the texture of reassessment, minds recalibrating, frameworks being picked up and turned over, examined from a different angle. Selvoth was still at the floor. She was looking at the output figures on slide 4, 1.2 gigawatts of continuous electrical output, and then at the efficiency figure Chen had given. And she was doing something with those 2 numbers that produced an expression Thorne could not immediately read. Then she looked up at the display, at the waste heat pulse in the animation, the red bloom expanding outward from the condenser with every cycle. 1.2 gigawatts at 33% efficiency, she said slowly, means your fission process is generating approximately 3.6 gigawatts of total thermal power. Correct, Chen said. And you are shedding approximately 2.4 gigawatts continuously as waste heat, roughly, into the surrounding environment, into the station, into the dock. She looked at the hull diagram that had been on slide 6. She looked at the cooling fins. She looked at the gallery, at the scientific tier, and then, finally, at Thorne. The crystals in our archive, she said. The resonance fractures in the Serenthi delegates' housing, the harmonic disruption Velsorith reported in the docking control center. She said this last part very quietly, in the tone of a scientist completing an equation, and not being entirely pleased with the result. That was your waste heat. Among other things, Thorne said. The vibration is separate. The heat is a concurrent factor, yes. Selvoth was quiet for a moment. Then she turned and walked back toward the scientific observer tier, and as she climbed the steps she was already entering something into her tablet. And the color of her robes had settled into a flat, steady gray, that the translation matrix returned no emotional classification for at all, which Thorne had learned, in 2 days of observing Xylos chromatic communication, was not the color of calm. It was the color of a mind that had stopped performing its emotional state for observers and had turned entirely inward, and was working on something it had not yet decided to share. He clicked to slide 10. Chapter 7. The Safety Paradox. The Assembly Security Council chamber was smaller than the Grand Assembly Hall and considerably less ceremonial, which Thorne had always found to be the reliable indicator that a conversation was about to become more serious. The Grand Assembly Hall was built for performance, for the formal exchange of positions between civilizations, for the diplomatic theater of presentation and response, for the careful management of impression. The Security Council chamber was built for decisions. Its walls were plain, its seating was functional. The table at its center was a working surface rather than a symbolic one, marked with the evidence of use, data ports, surface scuffs, the faint geometric ghosts of documents long since cleared. No resonance crystals, no luminescent architectural details, no acoustic engineering designed to make a single voice fill the space with significance. Just a room and a table and the people sitting at it, and the understanding, shared by everyone present, that the absence of ceremony was itself a form of communication about what kind of conversation this was going to be. The species represented here were the Assembly's Senior Security Committee, 12 civilizations whose combined age in galactic terms made the James Watt look like a recently constructed garden shed, and they were looking at Thorne the way experienced security professionals look at something that has recently been reclassified. The presentation had concluded 4 hours ago. The biological error notation had been formally entered into the Assembly's diplomatic record 3 hours and 40 minutes ago. 40 minutes after that, Thorne had received a request, politely worded, unmistakably mandatory, to appear before the Security Council at his earliest convenience, where earliest convenience had been specified as now. Chen was with him. She had brought her tablet and her coffee and the expression she wore when she had decided the situation was going to require patience, and had begun rationing hers accordingly. The council's chair was a Varine elder named Inquisitor Primary Thesson, who was not the same Varine delegate who had made the campfire remark in the main hall, but who had the specific quality of someone who had been thoroughly briefed on the campfire remark and had formed opinions about its diplomatic utility. He looked at Thorne for a moment before speaking, the way a person looks at something they want to make sure they understand correctly before they begin. "Ambassador Thorne," he said, "we would like to discuss the operational safety profile of your vessel's energy system." "Of course," Thorne said. "Specifically," Thesson continued, "we would like to understand what happens when it fails." The word fails landed in the chamber with a particular weight, and Thorne recognized it, the weight of a question that had been carefully chosen, that had been shaped over the course of a briefing process to carry maximum information-gathering capacity in minimum words. Not what could go wrong. Not what are the risks. What happens when it fails. The assumption of failure built directly into the framing. He looked at Chen. Chen set down her coffee. "The term we use is meltdown," she said. "It refers to the condition that results if the primary cooling system fails to maintain adequate heat removal from the reactor core. If the coolant flow stops, the fuel elements continue to generate heat through radioactive decay even after the fission reaction is shut down. If that decay heat is not removed, the fuel temperature rises. If it rises far enough, the fuel cladding fails. If the cladding fails, the fuel itself begins to melt." She said this with the calm, precise delivery of someone who had given this briefing before, and had learned that the calm delivery was more informative than the alarmed one, because it communicated that the speaker lived with this information on a daily basis and had arrived at a functional relationship with it. She did not lean forward. She did not lower her voice. She described the progressive failure of a nuclear reactor core in the tone she would use to describe a pump replacement schedule because in her professional framework, these things occupied the same category. Known failure modes, understood consequences, managed through preparation and procedure and the maintenance of correct pressure in the secondary coolant loop. Melt, Thesson said. The fuel becomes liquid. In a severe scenario, the molten fuel can compromise the reactor vessel. In the most severe scenario, it can reach the surrounding containment structure. We have a series of engineered barriers designed to prevent each escalation stage from progressing to the next. She pulled up a diagram on her tablet. The containment cross-section, the concentric rings of barrier systems surrounding the reactor core. Fuel cladding, reactor vessel, containment building. Each layer is designed to fail gracefully, to absorb and retain rather than release. The council members were looking at the diagram. One of them, a Serenthi representative, not the delegate from the main hall but a security specialist whose crystalline housing bore none of the decorative engraving of the diplomatic corps, just clean functional panels, had her sensor array extended toward Chen's tablet with the focused attention of someone building a threat model in real time. The containment structure, the Serenthi representative said. The outer barrier. What is it constructed from? Reinforced concrete and steel, Chen said. On the James Watt, the outer hull plating provides additional containment, plus the lead polymer composite layer. In a terrestrial installation, we use a reinforced concrete shell approximately 2 meters thick. 2 meters of concrete, the Serenthi representative said, in the tone of someone confirming a number they were not sure they had heard correctly. Approximately. This is the primary protection barrier between a self-sustaining nuclear reaction and the surrounding environment. It's one of several, Chen said, as I described, but it is physical matter. Dense physical matter, shaped and positioned to absorb and retain the energies produced by an uncontrolled fission process. In a meltdown scenario, yes. The goal is containment through mass and geometry. You build enough of the right material in the right configuration and the physics does the rest. The Serenthi representative turned to Thesson. She said something in her own language that his translation matrix rendered as, they put a larger container around the problem. And then, after a pause, they do this on their home planet, near their population centers. Thorne elected to address this directly, rather than let it develop. I want to be clear about the operational record, he said. In over 70 years of commercial fission power operation on Earth, we have had 3 incidents that reached the level of partial core damage. 2 of them resulted in contained releases of radioactive material. 1 resulted in a larger release that contaminated a regional area. All 3 occurred in first and second generation reactor designs with significantly less sophisticated safety systems than current installations. The James Watt's reactor is a 7th generation design. In 22 years of continuous operation, it has not experienced an uncontrolled event. 3 incidents, Thesson said, in 70 years. Yes. In which a self-destructing, he paused, consulting a translation reference, and then produced a phrase that the matrix rendered as something between uncontained sun process and matter that forgets how to stop, was operating near your civilian population. Within varying distances from civilian population, yes, Thorne said. The siting requirements changed considerably after the first generation of plants. Most current terrestrial installations maintain a defined exclusion zone. An exclusion zone, Thesson said. A region around the reactor that civilians are not permitted to occupy. Yes, which implies that the region requires exclusion. Thorne looked at him. Yes, he said, it does. The council chamber was quiet for a moment. Thorne was aware of the specific quality of the quiet, the quality of security professionals processing a threat assessment, building the model, testing the parameters. He had been in rooms like this before, on the other side of the table, and he knew what the model looked like from that angle and what it felt like to be the subject of it. Chen leaned forward slightly. She had the expression she wore when she had decided that the diplomatic version of a thing was not going to serve the situation as well as the direct version. I want to explain something about how we relate to these risks, she said, because I think the framing of living next to a bomb misrepresents the operational reality. A fission reactor is not a bomb. A bomb is a device designed to release its energy as rapidly as possible. A reactor is a device designed to release its energy as slowly and continuously as possible. The engineering effort in a reactor is almost entirely focused on slowing things down, moderating the reaction rate, controlling the neutron flux, maintaining stable thermal conditions. The default failure mode of a reactor is not explosion. It is the slow, manageable decay of a shutdown core. We build containment for that scenario. We build it out of concrete and lead and steel, and we put multiple redundant cooling systems around it, and we staff it with engineers around the clock, because those are the things that keep a slow decay slow. She looked at Thesson. We live next to this because we built the container carefully, and we watched the pressure gauges. That is the entire approach. It has worked for 70 years. The Serenthi representative's sensor array was still tracking Chen with the focused attention of a targeting system that had not been stood down. You live next to this, the Serenthi representative said. Voluntarily. Voluntarily, Chen confirmed, with children present in the surrounding area. With everything present in the surrounding area. It is our primary energy source. It is located where energy is needed. The Serenthi representative turned again to Thesson. This time she did not say anything. The translation matrix parsing the chromatic shift in her housing's panel coloration returned a single word, incomprehensible. Not used pejoratively, used in the strict sense, as a classification, a thing that could not be incorporated into the existing framework. Thorne felt the room settling into a particular configuration. The configuration of a Security Council that has received all the information it needed and is now in the process of deciding what to do with it. He had been in enough of these rooms to read the signs, the shift in posture, the lateral consultations happening below the threshold of formal address, the specific quality of attention from the chair that indicated a decision was being approached. Ambassador, Thesson said, I want to ask you a question directly, and I would appreciate a direct answer. Go ahead. Does your species not master the atom? He used a phrasing that the matrix rendered carefully. Not the ceremonial language of the Grand Assembly Hall welcome, not the technical language of the presentation floor, but something between them, a register that was genuinely curious in the way that questions are genuinely curious when the asker already suspects the answer and wants confirmation. We received your civilization with the understanding that you had achieved mastery of subatomic processes, that you had looked into the fundamental structure of matter and bent it to your will. The presentation today suggests a different relationship, not mastery, something else. Thorne considered the question. He thought about the engineering deck of the James Watt, about the warning labels on the primary heat exchanger, and the laminated instruction sheets and the valve Chen had tasked Hartley with checking, and the floor that was a record of every mistake they had ever made and fixed. He thought about the containment building on the diagram, with its 2-meter concrete shell and its redundant cooling systems and its round-the-clock staffing. He thought about the exclusion zone. He thought about what mastery meant, technically, operationally, in the context of a system that you had to watch continuously, that you had surrounded with barriers, that you had staffed with engineers whose primary job was to catch the thing when it started to go wrong and slow it back down again before it got further. He thought about whether the word mastery applied to a relationship where the thing you were managing was, at its core, a process that would destroy you if you stopped paying attention to it for long enough, and you knew this, and you kept it running anyway, because the alternative was darkness. We don't master the atom, he said. We just bully it. The room was quiet. Thesson looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at Chen. Then he looked at the diagram still on her tablet, the containment cross-section with its concentric rings of progressively more physical and less sophisticated barriers, and something moved in his expression that the translation matrix did not have a clean category for, but which Thorne read, from 30 years of reading rooms, as the expression of a very experienced mind, encountering a model of the world that it had not previously considered, and finding that the model, however uncomfortable, was internally consistent. "I see," he said, and his voice had the quality of a statement that was also a category update. A man adjusting his model in real time, finding a new shelf to put something on, testing whether it bore the weight. It bore it. But the shelf was not where he had expected to find it. The Serenthi representative had retracted her sensor array. Her housing panels had settled into a steady, neutral configuration that the Matrix returned no emotional classification for, which Thorne had learned was not calm, but was the chromatic equivalent of a file being moved from active processing to background analysis. Still running, just no longer in the foreground. She would return to it. They all would. He could see it in the posture of the room, in the configuration of its attention, in the specific quality of the quiet that followed his answer. They were going to think about this for a long time. They were going to sit with the image of 2 meters of concrete and a pressure gauge and a team of engineers watching it around the clock and try to decide what category of civilization does that, what kind of mind looks at a self-sustaining fission reaction and concludes that the correct response is a bigger box and closer monitoring. They were not going to arrive at a comfortable answer. Because the answer was not comfortable. The answer was a species that had never expected the universe to cooperate, that had built its entire technological history around the premise that things would go wrong, that had engineered not for elegance, but for the specific, demanding, unglamorous property of keeping the wheel turning when they did. The answer was a species that lived next to its power source because it had decided, 70 years ago and again every year since, that the risk was manageable if you watched the gauges and fixed the valves and kept the container thick enough and never, under any circumstances, stopped paying attention. The answer was, voluntarily. Yes, with everything present in the surrounding area. Thorne picked up his briefcase. "I believe we have a reception scheduled this evening," he said. "I'd like to return to my ship first and check on the secondary coolant system." He left the chamber, and Chen followed, and behind them the Security Council of the Galactic Assembly sat in its plain functional room at its scuffed working table, and began the process of deciding what you do with a civilization that keeps a contained nuclear reaction next to its children and calls it an energy policy, and whether the correct response is fear or pity, or something that didn't have a name in any of their languages yet. Chapter 8. The Wheel of Progress. The invitation to tour the James Watt's turbine room had been Thorne's idea, and Chen had objected to it for 45 minutes before agreeing on the condition that nobody touched anything. The delegation that came aboard was 7 strong, Selvoth, who had submitted a formal request through the Assembly's Scientific Liaison Office within an hour of the presentation concluding. 2 Morvani xenophysics specialists whose collective had been filing inquiries since Slide 3. A Varine technical observer whose credentials listed 400 years of energy systems analysis, and 3 delegates from civilizations. Thorne's briefing materials described only as advanced peer states, which was the Assembly's diplomatic shorthand for species whose technological self-regard made them poor listeners, but whose political weight made them necessary presences at anything that might turn into a precedent. Thorne met them at the James Watt's main airlock in his diplomatic suit, lead-lined, 80 kilograms, unremarkable. Chen met them inside the airlock in her duty uniform with a safety briefing document on her tablet that she had prepared at Thorne's request, and which she delivered at the speed of someone who considered safety briefings a necessary ritual, rather than a genuine information transfer, because anyone who needed the information explained to them in this setting probably should not be in this setting. The briefing covered radiation zones and the protective equipment required in each, the emergency evacuation route to the secondary airlock, the absolute prohibition on touching any red-handled valve, regardless of circumstances or instructions received, and the prohibition on approaching within 2 meters of any pipe or fitting that was audibly hissing. "The hissing means pressure," Chen said. "Pressure means heat. Heat means you will regret it." The Varine technical observer made a note on his tablet. The 3 advanced peer state delegates exchanged a look that Thorne's translation matrix declined to categorize, which he had learned to interpret as the look that species exchange when they have decided to be polite about something. Chen led them down. The turbine room occupied 3 decks of the James Watt's lower engineering section, accessed through a series of hatches that required increasing upper body effort to open, and that got progressively warmer as you descended. The heat was not dangerous at this level. They were 2 full decks above the primary heat exchanger, and the shielding absorbed the radiation load, but it was present in the specific bone-deep way of heat that comes from a large source and has had time to distribute itself through a structure. The air tasted of hot metal. The overhead pipes clicked periodically with the expansion and contraction of material operating at working temperature. And the sound was something else entirely. It began as a feeling before it became a sound, a subsonic component that Thorne registered as a pressure in the sternum, a vibration in the fluid of the inner ear. Then, as they descended the final hatch ladder and the turbine room opened below them, the full frequency range arrived, a low, sustained, layered roar that occupied every register from the threshold of perception to the upper range of comfortable hearing, and filled the space the way water fills a vessel, leaving no acoustic corner unoccupied. Selvoth's filaments drew in. The Varine observer stopped on the ladder and looked at the source of the sound before descending the remaining rungs. The Morvani specialists contracted their sensor appendages inward, then slowly extended them again as their biology adjusted to the input and reclassified it from threat stimulus to environmental condition. The turbine itself was not immediately visible as a single object. It was housed in a casing the length of a city transit vehicle, matte-finished steel, interrupted at intervals by instrumentation panels and pressure monitoring points and the specific functional brutalism of connection flanges bolted with fasteners the size of a human forearm. Along the base of the housing, the bearing temperature indicators glowed steady amber. Operating range, nominal, warm to the touch if you put your hand near them, which the safety briefing had specified you should not. "This," Chen said, raising her voice to carry over the roar, "is the Watt turbine assembly. 15 tons, currently operating at 3,600 revolutions per minute." She put her hand flat against the outer casing. "Not the way you touch something sacred. The way you touch something you work with, familiar, proprietary. The gesture of a person who has spent years in the same room as a machine and has arrived at a functional understanding with it. It has been running continuously since commissioning. It does not stop for maintenance. We maintain it running. Different blade sets, different bearing clusters, staggered replacement cycles so the rotor keeps turning while individual components are serviced." The Varine observer had descended from the ladder and was standing at the edge of the safe approach boundary, looking at the casing with an expression Thorne's matrix rendered as professional skepticism engaged with professional curiosity in roughly equal measure. He had 400 years of energy systems analysis behind him, and the particular posture of a person who has seen many energy systems and has developed over 4 centuries a calibrated sense of what impressive looks like. He was applying that sense to the turbine casing and arriving at a verdict he was not yet prepared to announce. "The rotational velocity," he said. 3,600 revolutions per minute. This is a fixed rate?" "Nominally fixed," Chen said. "We maintain it within a narrow band around that figure to keep the output frequency stable. Slight variations occur under load changes. The governing system compensates." "And the output? 1.2 gigawatts of electrical generation." "At current load, yes. From this mechanism." He looked at the casing. He looked at the instrumentation panels. He looked at the bearing temperature indicators glowing amber. From a steel rotor spinning in a housing. From a 15-ton steel rotor spinning in a housing at 3,600 revolutions per minute, Chen said, with the precision of someone who had been misquoted enough times to have learned that specificity was prophylactic. The mass matters. The velocity matters. The product of those 2 things is the kinetic energy in the system, and the kinetic energy in the system is what we convert to electricity. Mass times velocity squared divided by 2. That's the number you're working with. The Varine observer was quiet for a moment. Thorne recognized the quality of the quiet. The silence of a 400-year-old expert running a calculation that he expected to confirm his skepticism, and finding that it was not confirming his skepticism at quite the rate he had anticipated. "I want to propose a demonstration," Chen said. She had told Thorne about the demonstration the previous night. He had listened to the proposal, had asked 3 questions, had received answers to 2 of them, and a look for the third that he interpreted as the look that means the answer exists, but is not going to be provided because it would cause argument, and had approved the demonstration on the grounds that the argument that followed it would be more useful than the argument that preceded it. He stepped back to the far wall and leaned against it and folded his arms and watched. Chen walked to the engineering control panel on the port bulkhead, a panel that was, relative to the rest of the James Watt's engineering aesthetic, comparatively tidy, which meant it had been cleaned recently, and the coffee ring on the lower left corner was less than a week old. She entered her authorization code. She entered it a second time. She looked at the delegation. "This will take approximately 90 seconds, she said. "Please do not be alarmed." She initiated a controlled shutdown of every non-essential electrical system on the James Watt. The lights went out. Not the amber glow of the bearing indicators. Those were direct wired to the turbine output and stayed live. Not the emergency lighting strips along the floor seams, which were battery-backed. But the overhead panels, the display screens, the data network indicators, the environmental monitoring readouts, the navigation system consoles 2 decks up, and the communication arrays above those, and the sensor processing systems, and the atmospheric management computers, and the 600 separate electronic monitoring and control systems that constituted the James Watt's operational nervous system. All of it went dark in a single coordinated cascade, the ship's intelligence withdrawing into standby, leaving the engineering room lit only by the amber glow of the bearing temperature indicators, and the pale floor strips and the single emergency panel beside the main hatch that showed, in large red numerals, turbine nominal. The Verine observer's personal technology went dark. The light that had been emanating from his species-specific atmospheric management module, a small, elegant device that most high-technology species wore as a matter of course, a zero-point powered unit that maintained their preferred environmental conditions in any ambient atmosphere, flickered and died. His head came up sharply. The Morvani Collective's remote sensor array, which had been quietly scanning the engineering room since descent, lost power. The filaments retracted. Selvoth's reading tablet, which had been connected to the Assembly's data network through a quantum state link, went offline. She looked at it. She looked at Chen. "The Assembly's network uses resonance carrier transmission," Chen said conversationally from the dark. "The James Watt's hull shielding attenuates it significantly in here. Without the ship's relay system active, you're outside normal range." She paused. 90 seconds. The turbine roared. It did not alter. It did not waver. The ambient electronics of the James Watt had gone from operational to standby in a coordinated cascade, and the turbine had not noticed, because the turbine was not connected to the ship's electronics in any direction that mattered. It was connected to the ship's electrical output, which it was still producing, steadily, at 3,600 revolutions per minute, because 15 tons of steel rotor operating at that velocity possessed a kinetic energy that nothing in the engineering room had done anything to change. The physics of rotating mass did not require the ship's computers to be online. The physics of rotating mass did not require anything to be online. It required only that the rotor keep turning, which it did, which it had done for 22 years, which it would do for exactly as long as the bearing temperatures stayed in the amber range and the steam pressure held nominal and someone kept watching the gauges. The amber glow of the bearing indicators pulsed steady. The floor strips held. Turbine nominal glowed red in the dark. 87 seconds after she had initiated the shutdown, Chen brought the systems back online. The lighting returned. The displays relit. The Verine observer's atmospheric module resumed its quiet function. The Morvani sensor array extended again. Selvoth's tablet reconnected to the assembly network and displayed a backlog of messages that had accumulated in the 90 seconds it had been offline. Chen walked back from the control panel. "Your power comes from the void," she said, looking at the Verine observer. "Ours comes from a spinning piece of iron. The void can be silenced. Iron doesn't care about your physics." The Verine observer looked at her. He looked at the turbine casing. He looked at the bearing temperature indicators, still amber, still steady, still exactly where they had been when the lights went out. He looked at the emergency panel, where turbine nominal still glowed in its red numerals, patient as it had been patient through 90 seconds of total ship darkness, patient as it had been patient for 22 years, patient in the specific, undemonstrative way of objects that do not have the capacity for impatience, because they do not have the capacity for anything except the thing they do. He said nothing immediately. He made a note on his tablet, a long one, based on the duration of the stylus movement. Then he looked up. "The turbine," he said. "In the event of a vacuum fluctuation event, a localized collapse of zero-point field density that would render resonance-based and quantum state systems inoperative, your ship would remain functional. Our ship would remain exactly as functional as it is right now," Chen said. "The turbine does not use zero-point energy. The turbine does not use quantum state processes. The turbine uses mass and velocity and the conversion of rotational kinetic energy to electricity through electromagnetic induction, which is a process that has been reliably operative in this universe since the universe developed the relevant physical constants, which, to the best of our knowledge, predates zero-point field infrastructure." The Verine observer looked at her for a long moment. 400 years of energy systems analysis. 400 years of evaluating mechanisms by the sophistication of their operating principles, by the elegance of their interaction with the universe's fundamental forces, by the degree to which they transcended the limitations of crude physical matter in favor of the deeper, more flexible, more theoretically satisfying resources of quantum potential. "The universe stopped," he said slowly, and his voice had the quality of a statement being formed in real time, tested as it was spoken, checked for accuracy against the evidence present in the room. "But the wheel didn't." "The wheel didn't," Chen agreed. Thorne, from his position against the far wall, watched the Verine observer's 400 years of professional framework do the thing that professional frameworks do when they encounter sufficient contrary evidence. It did not collapse, and it did not capitulate, but it shifted, quietly and without announcement, to accommodate a new shelf, and on the shelf it placed a single object, and the object was the bearing temperature indicator, amber and steady in the dark. Selvoth had not spoken since the lights came back on. She was looking at the turbine casing with the flat gray robe color that Thorne had learned to associate with deep internal processing, the color of a mind turned entirely inward. Then she looked at him. "The Assembly's vote this morning," she said. "The reclassification to unstable primitive." "I'm aware," Thorne said. "I am going to be filing a minority objection to the taxonomy," she said. "The unstable primitive category presupposes that the civilization in question does not understand the risks of its technology. I think the evidence does not support that classification." Thorne looked at her. He looked at the turbine casing. He looked at Chen, who had set her tablet down on the edge of the instrumentation panel and was watching the bearing temperature indicators with the attention of someone who had just put the ship through a controlled shutdown and was now in the process of confirming that everything was exactly where it should be. "What category would you propose?" he asked. Selvoth was quiet for a moment. Her filaments moved slowly. "I don't know yet," she said. "I'll have to create a new one." The turbine roared. The bearing indicators glowed. The James Watt sat in its dock and turned its wheel at 3,600 revolutions per minute and had no opinion about any of it, because it was a machine, and machines do not have opinions, and that, Thorne thought, was possibly the most frightening thing about it. Chapter 9. The Great Recalibration. The Assembly's diplomatic reception level occupied the station's outer ring, where the curvature of the hull was gentle enough that the artificial gravity felt natural, and the viewport panels gave a clean, unobstructed view of the docking approaches. It was, by any measure, a beautiful space, long galleries of warm light and softened acoustics, populated each evening by the diplomatic staff of 400 civilizations, doing what diplomatic staff do when the formal sessions end and the social ones begin, which is to say the same things they said in the formal sessions but without the procedural constraints that kept the formal sessions from becoming something else entirely. Thorne had been in enough of these receptions to know their taxonomy. There were the bilateral conversations in corners that were not quite private, where two delegations were working something out that could not yet be worked out in the open. There were the larger groups that formed and reformed around whichever figure was currently the most interesting subject, a social topology that shifted across an evening the way weather shifts, following its own logic. There were the representatives of smaller civilizations who moved through the room with the practiced efficiency of people accustomed to using social events as information-gathering exercises. And there were the conversations that sought you out, the ones that arrived at your position from across the room with a specific intent, the ones you could see coming and could not avoid without the kind of obvious evasion that cost more diplomatically than the conversation itself. He had been standing at the viewport for approximately 6 minutes, holding a drink that was not coffee but that the James Watt's provisioning had not included a replacement for, when the first one arrived. It was a Marine junior attaché, not the observer from the turbine demonstration, not the delegate who had made the campfire remark, but a third Marine, young in the way that 400-year-old species produced youth, which meant they were perhaps only 60 and were deploying the particular confidence of someone who had not yet acquired enough professional experience to temper it with caution. He arrived at Thorne's viewport position with the bearing of someone carrying a message they considered important and the expression of someone who had practiced the delivery. "Ambassador Thorne," he said, "I wanted to say personally that the delegation found the presentation today most illuminating. We had expected rather more, architecturally speaking." He paused to let this register. The turbine was a charming historical artifact. We have several in our engineering museums if you are ever interested in a comparative study. Thorne looked at him over the rim of his drink. He said nothing. This was a technique he had developed over 30 years of diplomatic receptions, and which he had found consistently more effective than any response, because silence required the other person to continue speaking, and continuing to speak was where people reliably told you things they had intended to withhold. The attaché continued speaking. "We understand, of course, that different civilizations develop along different trajectories. The Assembly has always respected the diversity of developmental paths, and it is quite remarkable that your species has achieved interstellar travel using what is essentially, at its core, a 19th century propulsion concept." He smiled, in the way of his species. "We had fusion before we had agriculture, but then we had a different relationship with our star." "Congratulations," Thorne said. He said it in the flat, informative tone of someone providing a factual acknowledgement rather than a compliment, and turned back to the viewport. The attaché processed this for a moment, reassessing, and then moved away with the bearing of someone who had intended to leave a mark and was privately uncertain whether he had, which was the correct outcome. Thorne watched the docking approaches through the viewport and thought about nothing in particular for approximately 30 seconds before the second arrival. This one was a Serenthi scientific liaison, different from the security specialist in the council chamber, and different from the main hall delegate. And she was carrying her own drink and had the look of someone who had not come to deliver a message but to have a conversation, which was a different proposition entirely. "You handled Counselor Veth well," she said, nodding toward the retreating Marine attaché. "He has been insufferable since the Type 3 reclassification. Everyone in the outer galleries has been avoiding him since noon." "I noticed the pattern," Thorne said. "The mockery is going to get worse before it gets better," she said, without particular malice, the way a person delivers an accurate forecast. "The biological error classification has been the only subject of conversation on every social channel since the administrative tier uttered it. The junior delegations have been quite creative with the variations." She looked at him with the focused, compound attention of Serenthi sensory biology. "You don't seem particularly concerned." "I've been called worse by the UN Budgetary Committee," Thorne said. She made a sound that his translation matrix rendered as a vocalization indicating appreciation of understatement. "The Varine are the most vocal, but they are not the most important audience. The civilizations that matter are not the ones laughing. They are the ones that sent observers to the turbine demonstration this afternoon and have been very quiet since." She paused. "Selvoth has filed 3 scientific reports in the last 4 hours. The Morvani Collective has requested access to the James Watt's engineering logs going back to commissioning. The Assembly's Infrastructure Council has asked, through official channels, whether humanity would be willing to provide technical consultation on mechanical redundancy systems for critical station infrastructure. She looked at the viewport. The taxonomy is unstable primitive. The behavior is not consistent with that classification. Thorne thought about this. He thought about the Varine attaché and the word illuminating and the engineering museums. He thought about the turbine room and the 90 seconds of darkness and the bearing indicators glowing amber. He thought about Selvoth at the control panel, her robes gone flat gray, working on a new category that did not exist yet because the existing categories did not fit. The ambient noise of the reception washed around him. The layered acoustic texture of 400 species conversational registers overlapping in a space designed to accommodate all of them, which produced a sound that was not quite any individual thing but was collectively the sound of a great deal of information being exchanged in a great number of directions simultaneously. His wrist display pulsed. He looked at it. It was a message from Chen, flagged routine, which he had learned to read as a relative designation. Routine relative to the scale of events that Chen considered non-routine, which was a scale calibrated against a career spent managing fission reactions, and therefore had a considerably higher baseline than most definitions of the term. The message read, primary loop nominal, secondary loop nominal, Hartley's relief valve inspection complete and documented, turbine bearing cluster B scheduled for maintenance rotation next cycle, and, at the end, in the specific formatting she used for items that were not engineering concerns, but that she was mentioning because she had noticed them and thought he should know. Outer Rim Navigation Beacon Network is showing intermittent signal dropout in sectors 12 through 14. Possibly infrastructure maintenance. Possibly not. Thorne read the last sentence twice. Then he put his wrist display back under his cuff and looked at the Serenthi liaison. You said the taxonomy is unstable primitive, he said. What was the vote? 31-9 in the Security Council with 2 abstentions. She paused. The 9 who voted against were all from the outer assembly, the fringe systems. Why the fringe systems? She looked at him for a moment. Because the fringe systems have been receiving reports from their long-range sensor networks for the past 72 hours that the Security Council has not formally acknowledged. Reports from sectors 12 through 14. She said the sector numbers carefully, the way you say numbers when you want to make sure they are received accurately. Navigation beacons going dark. Long-range communication relays losing signal. Sequential, directional, not random equipment failure. The reception noise continued around them. Someone across the gallery was laughing. A high, clear sound from one of the Varine Junior staff, who had apparently found another audience for the Engineering Museum's remark. The warm lighting of the reception level caught the viewport panels and made the docking approach outside look amber and safe. Something is moving through sectors 12 through 14, Thorne said. Something, the Serenthi liaison confirmed. Moving toward the Assembly's core systems at a rate consistent with a very large object, traveling at a significant fraction of light speed, eating everything that uses resonance-based or quantum-state energy systems as it passes. She took a drink. She held it for a moment. The Security Council classified the reports as preliminary intelligence pending verification. They will hold a formal session in 36 hours. 36 hours, Thorne said. The Outer Rim systems that have been in its path no longer have the communication infrastructure to report anything further, she said. The last signal from Beacon Station 14 Alpha arrived 3 hours ago. It contained 11 words of coherent text and then static. Thorne looked at her. What were the 11 words? The Serenthi liaison looked at her drink. She looked at the viewport. She looked back at him with the compound, faceted attention of her biology, and her housing panels had shifted to a color that his matrix identified only as a chromatic register outside the standard emotional taxonomy, associated with information being transmitted that the speaker would prefer not to be the one transmitting. It said, "The cold is here and our light has gone dark," she said. The reception noise continued. The Varine Junior staff were still laughing. The amber lighting was still warm. Out through the viewport, The James Watt sat in its dock 3 kilometers away, its cooling fins radiating in infrared, its turbine turning at 3,600 revolutions per minute, its secondary loop at 2,042 pounds per square inch, its primary coolant at 290 degrees Celsius, its waste heat gradient, painting it bright and continuous and visible on every thermal sensor in the Assembly's docking network. Thorne looked at the docking approach. He looked at the sectors on his wrist display. 12, 13, 14. A cone of space beginning at the Assembly's outer navigational perimeter and narrowing as it moved inward, narrowing toward the center, toward the hub, toward the 400 species in their galleries and the resonance seed in its white chamber, and the Varine Junior Attaché with his engineering museums, and the Security Council session in 36 hours. He thought about the marble, about the room where nothing failed because failure was a category error, about the turbine room and the 90 seconds of darkness and the single question the demonstration had been designed to answer, and had answered, and which the Varine observer had still not fully processed even as he filed his notes. He thought about what ate potential energy, what operated at near absolute zero, what had no use for a fission reactor except as something in its path that happened to be very loud and very hot and generating 3,600 revolutions per minute of kinetic energy that had nothing to do with any force the universe operated that could be consumed. He put his drink down on the nearest surface. "I need to make a call to my ship," he said. "Yes," the Serenthi liaison said. "I think you probably do." She did not try to stop him. She did not offer additional information. She watched him go with the expression of a person who has delivered the message they came to deliver, and who is now in the process of deciding whether the recipient understood its full weight, and who suspects that they did, because the recipient had just set down their drink with the specific unhurried deliberateness of someone who has made a decision and is no longer thinking about anything except the execution of it. The reception continued behind Thorne as he walked toward the exit. The warm lighting, the overlapping conversations of 400 civilizations, the laughter of the Varine junior staff, all of it continued because 36 hours was still 36 hours, and the Security Council session was still pending, and the formal acknowledgement had not yet been made, and until it was made, the world of the reception level was still the world where the most pressing concern was the diplomatic fallout of the biological error classification, and whether the mockery would intensify before it diminished. Then, from somewhere deep in the Assembly's communication infrastructure, the station's emergency channel produced a sound that every species in the reception hall had evolutionary responses to. Not the content of the transmission, which was encoded and encrypted and required processing to render into language, but the carrier frequency of the emergency broadcast itself, which was a tone so low and so broad that it did not travel through the air as sound so much as through the floor as vibration, through the walls as pressure, through the bones of every biological entity in the room as the specific, unambiguous physical sensation of something has gone wrong and the wrong is not small. The laughter stopped. The Varine Junior Attaché's drink was on the floor. He did not appear to have noticed dropping it. Across the reception gallery, the ambient conversations had ceased in a synchronized way that was not coordinated, but was simply the product of 400 species' nervous systems, receiving the same stimulus and producing the same response. Stillness and attention and the biological orientation toward threat that predates language, that predates civilization, that predates every elegant energy system and every resonance crystal and every marble-sized power source in every white chamber in the galaxy. The emergency tone held for 3 seconds and then stopped. In the silence that followed, the Assembly's automated systems began the process of routing the encoded transmission to the relevant authorities for decryption and formal response. Thorne was already through the exit door. Behind him, in the reception gallery, 400 civilizations stood in their warm amber light and listened to the silence where the emergency tone had been and began, collectively and without coordination, to understand that the 36 hours the Security Council had allocated for formal acknowledgement had just become a different number. The James Watt was 3 kilometers away. Its turbine was still turning. It did not know anything was wrong because it was a machine. and machines do not have that kind of knowledge. But it was running hot, and it was running loud, and it had been running continuously for 22 years, and in approximately 40 minutes, when Thorne reached the bridge, and Chen was already there with the pressure readings and the bearing temperatures and the fuel rod status displayed and updated, those facts were going to become the most relevant facts in the Galactic Assembly's operational universe. The outer rim had gone dark. The cold was moving inward, and the only light it could not eat was the kind that didn't know how to stop, that had never been asked to stop, that had been built by people who had decided, generations ago and confirmed every year since, that the most important thing a light could do was keep burning when everything else went out. Chapter 10. The Mad Ape Theory. The Assembly's war room was not called that. It was called the Strategic Coordination Center, which was the name that 400 diplomatic traditions had agreed upon after 11 months of negotiation about what to name a room whose function everyone understood and whose name everyone wanted to be something other than what it was. The room was located 4 levels below the diplomatic reception galleries, accessible through a corridor that required 3 separate security authorizations to enter, and that was monitored by sensor systems that Thorne's briefing materials described, in the careful language of interspecies diplomacy, as comprehensive. It smelled of recycled atmosphere and the specific metallic undertone of equipment that had been running continuously for a long time, and it had the focused, pressurized quality of a space where people have been working intensely on a difficult problem and have recently received information that made the problem worse. Thorne had been in the Strategic Coordination Center for 4 hours. It was the 2nd hour before dawn by the James Watt's internal clock, and he had not slept, and the coffee situation had deteriorated to the point where he was drinking something the Assembly's catering system had produced in response to his description of coffee, which had the correct color and temperature and approximately none of the correct effect. The tactical display at the room's center showed a 3-dimensional map of the Assembly's operational space, rendered in the cool blue of the center's projection system. At the map's outer edge, a cone of dark sectors marked the Devourer's path. Navigation beacons gone offline, communication relays silent. The signal dropout that Selvoth had characterized as sequential and directional now confirmed by 16 independent sensor networks as a moving boundary, a leading edge of silence advancing through the outer system at a velocity that the Assembly's military analysts had spent the last 3 hours arguing about and had finally agreed on. Fast, very fast. Faster than any Assembly vessel currently on station could intercept, outrun, or maneuver around. At the center of the advancing silence, the sensor profiles that had been recovered from the last functioning relay stations before they went dark painted a picture that nobody in the Strategic Coordination Center was comfortable looking at directly. Not a ship, not a weapon system. Something with no detectable hull, no propulsion signature, no mass profile consistent with physical matter. Something that registered on quantum state sensors as an absence. A moving region where the zero-point field density was collapsing, where the resonance carrier frequencies that every Assembly technology relied on were being absorbed rather than transmitted, where the fabric of the operational universe was being consumed in the precise way that a sponge consumes water, except that the sponge was the size of a small moon, and the water was the fundamental energetic substrate of everything the Assembly had built. General Yale Vance was the James Watt's commanding officer, and she had been in the Strategic Coordination Center since 2 hours before Thorne had arrived. And she had the specific quality of a military officer who has been given a problem that her training covers and has spent the intervening time reducing it to its operational parameters. She was a compact woman of perhaps 50, with the bearing of someone who had spent her career in environments where bearing mattered because it communicated information about your state to the people around you, and whose current bearing communicated, "I have a theory, and I am ready to defend it." She had a theory. She had presented it to the Assembly's Senior Military Council at 0100, over the objections of the Council's chair, who had wanted to spend the first hour of the session reviewing the sensor data from the outer rim stations, and Vance had listened to 30 minutes of that review before requesting the floor on grounds that the sensor data confirmed her theory, and the remaining 30 minutes of review would confirm it further, and they could save time by hearing the theory now. The council chair had given her the floor. She had explained the Devourer's feeding mechanism. It consumed potential energy, the zero-point field density, the quantum state resonance, the fundamental energetic infrastructure on which every assembly vessel's propulsion, weapons, communications, life support, and computing systems depended. It ate the potential and left the kinetic, left physical matter, left chemical bonds, left the gross mechanical reality of mass and velocity, which were not energetic infrastructure but were simply the universe doing what the universe does when objects have mass and are in motion. Those things it could not consume because they were not potential. They were actual. They were already happening. The Assembly's fleet operates on resonance carrier propulsion, Vance said, standing at the tactical display with the pointer she had appropriated from the Council's equipment table, because her tablet's laser indicator was not visible at the display's scale. Every ship in your operational inventory uses quantum state energy for propulsion, weapons, life support, communications, and computing. All of it draws from the zero-point field. All of it is potential energy architecture. She moved the pointer to the dark sectors at the map's edge. The Devourer encounters a resonance carrier vessel, and it does not need to do anything. It simply absorbs the field density that the vessel is drawing from. The vessel loses propulsion, then life support, then communications, then computing. In approximately 45 seconds, depending on vessel class, you have dead mass in space. She paused. We have confirmed this from the sensor logs of the outer rim stations before they went silent. 11 assembly vessels attempted intercept or evasion. All 11 are now inert. The council chamber was quiet with the particular quality of a room that has received a definitive answer to a question it would have preferred to leave open. The senior military council's chair, a Morvani elder whose collective had 3 centuries of tactical experience, looked at the map. He looked at Vance. You said the remaining 30 minutes would confirm the theory, he said. And the theory tells us our entire fleet is operationally useless against this entity. Yes, Vance said. That is not a useful theory. The theory has a second part, Vance said. She moved the pointer to the docking approach sector, to the thermal signature that blazed in the display's infrared overlay. The James Watt, 3 kilometers from the hub, running hot and loud and continuous, its waste heat gradient painting it bright and obvious and permanent. The James Watt operates on fission thermal energy, Vance said. Fission is a chemical-physical process. It produces energy through the physical rearrangement of nuclear matter, not through the extraction of quantum state potential. The energy we generate is thermal energy, converted to mechanical energy through the Rankine cycle. Our propulsion, when we use the steam thrust option for maneuvering, is kinetic. Physical mass expelled at velocity. Our computing systems are hardwired. We're tactically critical, not quantum state networked. Our weapons. She paused here and looked at Thorne, who was standing at the wall, and something moved between them in the space of that pause. Something that was not quite a question and not quite confirmation, but occupied the space between them. Our weapons are physical, kinetic, mass at velocity. The council chamber absorbed this. You have smart ships, Vance said, and she looked at the Assembly's senior military council with the steady attention of a person delivering the conclusion of a carefully constructed argument. We have a dumb brick. The brick wins in a dark alley. The Morvani elder looked at the display. He looked at the James Watt's thermal signature, the blaze of waste heat that had been confusing the Assembly's sensor network since docking, that Selvoth had calculated was detectable at 30,000 kilometers on thermal sensors that the Assembly had stopped using for military purposes because they were too crude to be tactically relevant. He looked at the dark sectors at the map's edge and the advancing boundary of silence and the 11 inert vessels in the outer system. Walk me through the operational logic, he said. Vance nodded. This was the part she had been ready for since 0100. The Devourer's feeding mechanism requires a target that draws from the zero-point field, she said. It scans for potential energy architecture and consumes the field density that architecture is drawing from. It is, operationally speaking, A predator that hunts by energy signature. It finds the signature. It absorbs the field density. The architecture fails. She moved the pointer to the James Watt again. The James Watt does not have a zero-point energy signature. It has a thermal signature. It has a kinetic signature from the turbine. It has a radioactive signature from the fuel elements. It does not have the thing the Devourer hunts. When the Devourer encounters the James Watt and attempts to feed, it will find no potential energy architecture to consume. It will find physical matter, lead, tungsten, steel, water, and it will find kinetic energy in rotation and thermal energy in the coolant loops and radioactive decay in the fuel rods, and none of those things are potential energy architecture. "It cannot eat a spinning wheel," said a voice from the far end of the council table. It was Selvoth. She had been present since 0200, invited by the council on the basis of her minority report on the human taxonomy and the 3 scientific papers she had filed in the previous 12 hours, all of which the council's scientific advisor had flagged as requiring urgent review. She had her tablet and her flat gray robe color and the expression of someone who had been working on a problem for 12 consecutive hours and had arrived at a conclusion that she was not sure she was glad to have reached. "It cannot eat a spinning wheel," Vance confirmed. The room sat with this. Thorne pushed off from the wall. He had been listening since 0100, and he had been doing what he did when he was listening to something that had operational implications. Building the model, testing it, finding the load-bearing elements and checking their tolerances. The theory was sound. The theory was sound in the specific way that theories built by people who have lived inside the mechanism are sound, because Vance had not constructed the argument from principles. She had constructed it from 22 years of knowing the James Watt from the inside, from knowing what it was and was not, what it could do and could not be made to do. "We have a problem with the theory," he said. Vance looked at him. "The Devourer cannot eat the James Watt," he said. "But the James Watt also cannot stop the Devourer. The James Watt is one ship. The Devourer is a moving boundary of silence advancing toward the hub at a velocity the fleet cannot intercept. What the theory gives us is survivability. It does not give us a solution." He looked at the map, at the dark sectors, at the advancing boundary, at the resonant seed in its white chamber at the station's geometric center, powering everything, backed up by nothing. "We need to find a way to use the survivability as a weapon." The council was quiet. Chen was at the far wall, where she had been since Vance had started speaking, with her tablet and the expression she wore when she was not listening to the conversation in the room because she was conducting a separate conversation with the engineering data on her screen. She had been quiet for 2 hours. Now she looked up. "I've been running the Devourer's operational temperature profile," she said, "based on the sensor data from the outer rim stations before they went dark. The entity operates at near absolute zero. Ambient temperature at the boundary is dropping approximately 400 degrees ahead of the leading edge." She looked at her tablet. She looked at the map. The James Watt's secondary loop is currently sitting at 291 degrees Celsius. The primary coolant is running at 288. The waste heat gradient at the hull surface is approximately 160 degrees above ambient under normal docking conditions. She paused. She set her tablet down. Something that operates at near absolute zero and uses cold as an operational mechanism does not have a good relationship with things that are very, very hot. The council looked at her. "It shatters material that isn't actively generating heat," she said. "The outer rim stations? Did they report physical damage to the vessel hulls before power loss?" The Morvani elder queried the tactical database. "Yes," he said. "Microfracture patterns consistent with extreme thermal contraction, consistent with exposure to near absolute zero ambient." Chen nodded. "It gets cold enough to shatter anything that isn't generating its own heat, which means the James Watt's hull, which is running at 160 degrees above ambient and climbing as we redline, is not going to shatter." She looked at Vance. "And if the Devourer gets close enough to try to phase through the hull, it's going to find 291 degrees of primary coolant on the other side, and a turbine running at 3,600 RPM and a primary heat exchanger that is, at its operating surface, hot enough to melt most known structural materials. The room was very still. "It's looking for potential energy to consume," Vance said slowly, picking up the thread. "What it's going to find on the James Watt is heat," Chen said. "Continuous, patient, and a great deal of it. The thing it uses to shatter the universe, we generate as a byproduct of doing anything at all." She picked up her tablet. The 67% the Varine delegate thought was a weakness. The waste heat that the Assembly's sensors couldn't classify. The thing that cracked the crystals in the archive. She looked at the map, at the advancing darkness, at the blaze of the James Watt's thermal signature in the infrared overlay. That's not inefficiency, that's insulation. The tactical display cycled through its update. The dark sectors advanced half a degree around their boundary. 11 inert vessels in the outer system, the leading edge of silence moving inward, patient and cold and continuous. Thorne looked at the map for a long moment. Then he looked at Vance, who was looking at Chen, who was looking at her tablet with the specific focused expression of an engineer who has identified the problem's load-bearing element and is now working out what you build on top of it. "How long until it reaches the outer docking perimeter?" he asked. The Morvani elder ran the calculation. "At current velocity, assuming no acceleration, 22 hours. 22 hours. The turbine had been running for 22 years. The math was not a coincidence, it was just math, but it sat in the room with the quality of things that are not coincidences even when they are. Because the number was the same and the number meant something, meant the same thing it had always meant. Continuous and not stopping and sufficient, and here. "Get me everything we have on supercritical steam," Chen said, to no one in particular and to everyone in the room simultaneously. Operating temperatures, pressure tolerances, expansion ratios in vacuum, and someone find out if the James Watt's primary loop has ever been pushed past its rated ceiling, because I need to know what the margin looks like before I decide whether we have enough of it. She was already walking toward the door. The Strategic Coordination Center had been a room where people were working on a hard problem. Now it was a room where the hard problem had a direction, and direction was the thing that changed working on a problem into solving one. Chapter 11. The Retrofit Failure. The Xylos shipyard on the Assembly's secondary docking arm had been producing vessels for 340 years, and in that time it had built or refitted 11,207 ships representing the technological standards of 63 member civilizations, and it had never, in 340 years, produced a vessel that failed to achieve first power within nominal parameters. The record ended at 0700 on the second day of the crisis. Chen had been awake for 31 hours when the message arrived from the shipyard's master engineer, a Xylos named Veltas, who had the specific, careful prose style of someone who had spent their career documenting technical events and had developed, over decades, a professional relationship with precision. The message was 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph described the shipyard's emergency response to the crisis, specifically the Assembly's Strategic Coordination Center directive issued at 0200 requesting all available shipyard capacity be redirected toward the construction of supplementary heat generation vessels modeled on human fission thermal architecture. The second paragraph described the progress made in the 8 hours since the directive had been issued. The third paragraph was 2 sentences. The prototype achieved criticality at 0642, Veltas had written. "We do not currently have a prototype." Chen read it twice. She handed her tablet to Adeyemi, who read it, and whose expression moved through several stages before settling on a professional neutrality that was doing considerable work. She took her tablet back. "Get me to the shipyard," she said. The remains of the prototype occupied most of Bay 7. They did not occupy it in the sense of being present as a coherent object. They occupied it in the sense that an object occupies a space after it has expressed a strong thermodynamic opinion about its own design. Distributed, emphatic, and in several cases embedded in the bay's structural supports at a depth that suggested the opinion had been held with considerable force. The primary pressure vessel, which had been constructed from materials Veltas described in his incident report as the highest-grade quantum-structured alloy available in the Assembly's material inventory, had separated along 17 distinct failure lines simultaneously and had come to rest in components ranging from recognizable sections of the original assembly to objects that required forensic analysis to identify as having once been part of a pressurized thermal system. The bay's suppression systems had activated and the immediate fire risk was contained, but the ambient temperature was still 40 degrees above normal, and the air carried the specific smell of things that had been very hot very recently and were in the process of becoming less hot. It was, in Chen's professional assessment as she walked through the bay's outer access corridor and looked through the inspection window at the result, a comprehensive failure in the specific way that only very elegant things fail, completely, without partial states, without the incremental degradation that allows intervention. The prototype had not malfunctioned. It had concluded. Veltas was standing at the edge of the bay's safety perimeter when Chen arrived, holding his incident tablet with the expression of a master engineer who has spent 340 years building a perfect record and is processing the information that the record no longer exists. He was a tall Xylos, older than the prelate. His filaments dimmed to the muted register of prolonged cognitive stress. His robes the flat gray that Chen was beginning to associate with Xylos minds under serious strain. "Walk me through it," Chen said. He did. The design team had worked from the human technical documentation provided by the Strategic Coordination Center, the reactor schematics, the Rankine cycle specifications, the turbine assembly drawings. They had the full engineering package. They had also, and this was the part of Veltas's account that Chen listened to most carefully, the part where the story's load-bearing element was located, they had improved it. The quantum-structured alloy primary vessel had eliminated the material inefficiencies of the human steel design. The resonance-optimized pump system had replaced the human electromagnetic pumps, reducing friction losses in the coolant flow by 94%. The precision-machined impeller assembly had replaced the turbine's blade geometry with a mathematically optimized profile calculated to extract the maximum possible work from the steam flow at every pressure and temperature condition. The control systems had been upgraded to quantum state architecture, allowing microsecond response to any deviation from nominal operating parameters, compared to the human system's mechanical governors which operated on principles Veltas's design team had characterized as, and here he consulted his notes, charmingly antique. Chen listened to all of this. She did not interrupt. She stood at the edge of Bay 7 and looked at the distributed remains of the prototype and listened to Veltas describe the ways in which his team had made the human design better, more efficient, more precise, more responsive, more elegant, and she did not say anything until he finished. "Your resonance-optimized pump," she said. "What was its friction coefficient?" Veltas checked his notes. He produced a figure that was, as advertised, 94% lower than the equivalent human pump specification. "And the control system response time on your pressure regulators?" "Microseconds, as specified." "Right," Chen said. "Your pump eliminated friction because you designed it to eliminate friction. Your control system responded to pressure deviations in microseconds because you designed it to respond that fast." She looked at the bay, at the 17 failure lines in the primary vessel, at the components embedded in the structural supports. When the coolant flow transitioned from liquid to two-phase in the lower loop, what did your pump do? Veltas consulted his incident data. "It compensated," he said, "immediately. The control system detected the phase transition and the pump adjusted its output to maintain optimal flow velocity. And when it overcompensated and the pressure spiked, the control system detected the spike and reduced pump output. And when the reduced pump output caused cavitation in the lower elbow and the pressure dropped?" A pause. "The control system increased pump output. And when the increased output caused another spike?" The pause was longer this time. "The system oscillated," Veltas said, and his voice had the quality of a diagnosis being delivered by the diagnostician to themselves. The feedback loop. Each correction generated the condition requiring the next correction, at decreasing intervals. He looked at his tablet. He looked at the bay. The oscillation frequency exceeded the vessel's structural resonance threshold in approximately 4.3 seconds. 4.3 seconds, Chen said, from coolant phase transition to primary vessel failure, because your system was too efficient to tolerate the instability that your pump efficiency introduced, because your control system was too fast to allow the system to absorb a perturbation before responding to it, because you removed all the slop. She picked up a fragment of the primary vessel casing from the floor inside the safety perimeter, a piece the size of her hand, torn along a crystalline failure line, the quantum-structured alloy showing its internal lattice at the break. She turned it over. Human steel fails ductile. It deforms. It absorbs energy. It gives you time. She set the fragment down. Your alloy fails brittle. It holds until it doesn't, and when it doesn't, it does this. She gestured at the bay. Veltas looked at the fragment. He looked at the bay. His filaments had stopped moving entirely. Around them, the shipyard's secondary bays were in various states of activity. Other teams working on the other prototypes that had been commissioned under the same directive. Other Xylos engineers applying the same approach, the same optimizations, the same precision. Chen looked down the line of bays through the engineering office's interior window. She counted 4 active construction projects, all of which appeared, from here, to be proceeding on the same basic design philosophy that had produced Bay 7. One of them had a primary vessel that appeared to be at approximately 60% construction completion. Another had what looked like a completed pump assembly being fitted to its housing, with the careful precision of people who were very good at their work and were going to be very surprised by the results. "Stop the other builds," she said. Veltas looked at her. "Stop them now. Don't let them achieve criticality until I've been through the design." She turned back to him. "I need your team back at the table in 20 minutes with the as-built specifications for everything in this design that is better than our original. Every efficiency improvement, every friction reduction, every precision upgrade, every place where you looked at what we built and decided it could be improved." She looked at Bay 7 one more time. "Every single one of those places is where we need to start over." 20 minutes later, she was standing at a design table in the shipyard's primary engineering office with Veltas and his 6-person design team, looking at a specification document that the team had assembled with the focused efficiency of engineers who had recently watched their work become Bay 7 and were highly motivated to understand why. The list was long, 31 specific improvements over the human baseline design. Each one was technically correct. Each one reduced waste, eliminated inefficiency, tightened tolerances, improved response speed, enhanced precision. Each one was, individually, better engineering. Veltas had annotated several of them with performance figures: the resonance-optimized pump at 94% friction reduction, the quantum state control system at microsecond response, the precision impeller at a calculated efficiency improvement of 31% over the human turbine blade geometry. The annotations had been written before Bay 7. They had the quality, reading them now, of a case being built for a verdict that had already been overturned. Chen read through the list. She made marks, not randomly. She was looking for something specific, the pattern underlying the failure, the thing that the list had in common with itself. She found it in improvement number 7, confirmed it in number 12, verified it in number 19, and by number 23 she had what she needed. "Here is the problem," she said. "You optimized every component for its own performance. You made each piece as good as it could be at its specific function, and then you connected them all together, and the system became unstable because a system is not its components. A system is the interaction between its components. And the interaction between components that have no tolerance for imprecision is a chain reaction. One piece sends a perfect signal to the next, which sends a perfect signal to the next, which sends a perfect signal to the thing that explodes." She looked at the list. Human reactors work because they have slop. Slop in the pump tolerances, slop in the governor response, slop in the materials. The steel deforms instead of shattering. The expansion joints absorb instead of transmitting. The mechanical governors respond slowly enough that the system has time to stabilize before the correction arrives. It is not a bug. It is the architecture. You cannot remove the slop from a thermal system and expect the thermal system to survive contact with thermodynamics. The design team was very quiet. Veltas had his tablet out and was making notes with the focused intensity of someone performing an act of professional penance. The prelate had been present since Chen's arrival, standing at the edge of the engineering office in the posture of someone who has been invited to observe and is observing with total, uncomfortable attention. She had not spoken since Chen had begun. Now she looked at the specification document, and then at Chen, and then at the fragment of primary vessel casing that Chen had carried from Bay 7 and set on the corner of the design table. "It is not science, prelate," Chen said, following her gaze. "It's plumbing. Try using a wrench." The prelate's filaments moved slowly. "A wrench," she said. "A physical tool for applying torque to a fitting. You use it when the fitting won't turn by hand. You use it when the system needs force, not precision." She looked at the design team. "Your system needed bearings with grease in them, actual grease, a physical lubricant that sits in the bearing housing and absorbs vibration and distributes load and does not care about its own efficiency because its job is not to be efficient. Its job is to let the bearing keep turning when things get difficult. That is what grease does. That is what slop does. That is what every tolerance window and expansion joint and ductile failure mode in a human thermal system does." She picked up the alloy fragment. "You are too smart to be this simple. That is the problem. You need to get less smart about this and more willing to let the system be imprecise, because imprecise systems that keep running are worth more than perfect systems that become base 7. Veltas set down his tablet. He looked at the fragment. He looked at his design team. He looked at the list of 31 improvements, each one technically correct, collectively catastrophic. "Show me what grease looks like in a bearing specification," he said. "I'll do better than that," Chen said, and she pulled a chair up to the design table and sat down with the bearing of someone who has a finite amount of time and an infinite amount of work, and has made her peace with both. "I'll show you what the human bearing specification looks like, and I'll show you the tolerances, and I'll show you where the slop lives in the design and why it's there, and why removing it is not an improvement. And then you're going to build it that way, exactly that way, with no optimizations. And when the system achieves criticality, it is going to be loud and warm and slightly inefficient, and it is going to keep running." She opened her tablet. Outside Bay 7, the suppression systems were finishing their work. The ambient temperature was coming down. The 17 failure lines in the primary vessel were cooling toward the temperature of the surrounding air. "The secret to human tech isn't physics," Chen said, and she said it to the design team and to Veltas and to the prelate and to the specification document with its 31 correct and catastrophic improvements. "It's maintenance. Build it so it can break slowly, fix it while it's running, and never take your hand off the pressure gauge. That's all there is." She looked at Veltas. "Now, bearings. Start with the pump assembly and work outward. We have 19 hours. She began. Outside, the suppression systems continued their work, and the emergency channel on the station's infrastructure network was showing 8 new alerts from the outer perimeter. Navigation beacons going from nominal to silent in the span of a single update cycle, the silence advancing inward 1 sector at a time, patient and cold and absolute. 19 hours. The wheel on the James Watt was still turning. The question was whether, when the cold arrived, there would be enough wheels turning in enough places to matter. Chen looked at the bearing specification and wrote the first tolerance window in large, clear figures. Generous, explicit, with the slop built in exactly where it needed to be. The prelate watched her write it and said nothing. The design team leaned in. Veltas held the alloy fragment from Bay 7 and looked at the place where the perfect lattice had failed, and understood, for the first time in 340 years of building things that did not fail, that the failure mode he had never needed to plan for was the one that came from never planning for failure at all. Chapter 12. The Blacksmith's Gambit. The Devourer arrived at the Assembly's outer docking perimeter at 14 hours and 22 minutes, 7 hours and 38 minutes ahead of the Strategic Coordination Center's projection, which had been built on the assumption that it would maintain the velocity profile observed at the outer rim and had not accounted for acceleration. It had accelerated. Thorne was on the James Watt's bridge when the first confirmation came through. He had been on the bridge for 6 hours, since Chen had left for the shipyard, since the Strategic Coordination Center had shifted from planning to monitoring, and the monitoring had produced the specific accelerating quality of bad news arriving faster than the response to it. He had Chen's pressure readings on his tablet: primary coolant at 291 degrees, secondary loop at 2,042 pounds per square inch, turbine nominal, bearing cluster B running warm but within tolerance following the maintenance rotation. He had Vance's tactical assessment from 0900, updated twice since then, each update a smaller number in the hours remaining column. He had the Assembly's fleet disposition on the main display, and the fleet disposition showed 114 vessels in various positions relative to the hub, none of which were going to make a tactical difference in what was coming, and all of whose commanders knew it. The outer docking perimeter alarm was a sound he had not heard before, not the low emergency tone of the reception hall, which had been a carrier frequency designed to move through biological tissue as vibration, but a higher, sharper register, a sound that the bridge systems produced specifically to indicate a boundary event, something crossing the perimeter threshold. It lasted 2 seconds, and then the tactical display updated, and the update was not good. The Devourer's leading edge had reached the outer perimeter marker at 0.77 of the projected distance in the projected time, which meant it had covered the remaining distance in approximately 60% of the expected duration, which meant the 7-hour 38-minute margin was now considerably shorter, which meant that the ships currently positioned at the intermediate defensive line had less time to execute the maneuver Vance had specified than Vance had allocated for it. Vance was already on the comm. All vessels, this is General Vance aboard the James Watt. Execute defensive dispersal on my mark. Resonance carrier systems to stand by. Do not engage 0-point draw until the entity has passed your position. I repeat, do not give it something to eat. She looked at the tactical display. She looked at Thorne. The plan is still the plan. The timeline is compressed. Everything else holds. The plan, as Vance had constructed it over 14 hours in the Strategic Coordination Center with the Assembly's Military Council and the James Watt senior staff, and 3 Morvani tactical collectives whose combined experience represented 600 years of interstellar conflict resolution, was this: the Assembly's fleet would disperse, not retreat. The distinction mattered to the Assembly's Military Council, and Vance had spent 40 minutes on it. Disperse. Every vessel spreading to maximum mutual distance, minimizing the density of potential energy architecture that the Devourer would encounter in any given sector, reducing the feast. The James Watt would not disperse. The James Watt would hold position at the hub, between the Devourer's projected approach vector and the Assembly's core systems, and it would do what it had been doing for 22 years: run hot, run loud, run continuously. The theory, which had been Vance's theory and Chen's extension of it and Selvoth's mathematical confirmation of it, over 12 hours of increasingly urgent collaboration, was that the James Watt's thermal and kinetic output would either deflect the Devourer or engage it in a way that the Devourer had not been designed, evolved, or whatever verb applied to the Devourer's origin, to handle. The theory had not been tested. There was no precedent. The entire basis for confidence was the sensor data from 11 dead vessels in the outer system, and the fact that none of them had been running on fission thermal energy when the Devourer found them. None of that stopped the theory from being the only theory available. On the tactical display, the Assembly's fleet began to move. 114 vessels spreading outward from the hub in a slow, careful dispersal pattern. Careful because Vance had specified that the maneuver should not look like flight, that the dispersal should be executed at speeds consistent with defensive repositioning rather than full emergency thrust, because full emergency thrust would require maximum 0-point draw, and maximum 0-point draw would make each dispersing vessel a brighter target. The fleet moved at 80% thrust, and the tactical display showed the distance metrics widening between vessels as they separated, and the Devourer's projected track narrowing between them toward the hub. Toward the James Watt, In the main docking arm, the leading edge of the Devourer's approach manifested first as temperature. The docking arm's environmental sensors registered a drop, 10 degrees, 20, 40, in the ambient temperature of the arm's outer corridor sections, the cold moving inward from the perimeter the way cold moves through a structure, finding the thermal mass, drawing it out. The navigation beacon at the arm's outer junction went offline at 14 hours and 27 minutes. The relay station at the arm's midpoint went offline at 14 hours and 29 minutes. The pattern was the same as the outer rim, sequential, directional, advancing. Then the Assembly's flagship went dark. It was the Morvani Elder's vessel, the Grand Inquisitor's ship, a Generation Arc class that had been in continuous service for 160 years and whose resonance carrier systems represented the most sophisticated quantum state energy architecture in the Assembly's operational inventory. It had been positioned at the hub's secondary approach vector, 3,000 meters from the James Watt, and it had been there when the Devourer's leading edge reached its position, and then it had not been anything because in the space of 43 seconds, 4 seconds longer than Vance's model had predicted, because the Morvani Elder had initiated a partial scram of his zero-point systems the moment the temperature drop registered, and had bought himself 4 seconds. Every system on the vessel had gone from operational to inert. 160 years of service, 43 seconds. The tactical display showed the vessel as a dead mass. No power signature, no resonance carrier, no communications, nothing but the mass profile and the faint thermal signature of a structure cooling toward ambient in the specific way of structures that have lost all internal heat generation. The cold moved inward from it toward the hub. On the thermal overlay, the James Watt blazed like a beacon, the only heat source in the docking sector that was not declining, the only thermal gradient in the entire approach corridor that was increasing rather than decreasing, because Chen had initiated a controlled power elevation 2 hours prior, and the primary coolant temperature had been rising steadily since then. 291 at 0600, 297 at 09, 303 at the last reading Thorne had taken from his tablet. The Devourer reached the James Watt's docking position at 14 hours and 31 minutes. There was no visual. Thorne had not expected a visual. The sensor data from the outer rim had not produced visual confirmation of the entity's form, only its effects. What the James Watt sensor array produced at 14 hours and 31 minutes was a temperature reading from the hull's outer surface, minus 212 degrees Celsius dropping. Then the hull's structural stress monitors registered contact, not impact, not collision, but contact in the specific way that the monitors registered when something pressed against the hull from outside with distributed non-mechanical force. The stress pattern was unlike anything in the ship's incident log. It was everywhere simultaneously, a distributed pressure across the full outer surface, as if the hull were being held rather than struck. The turbine did not change, 3,600 revolutions per minute. The bearing temperature indicators held amber. The primary coolant temperature held at 304 degrees and climbing. The secondary loop held at 2,046 pounds per square inch. The ship was being held by something at minus 212 degrees, and the ship's internal temperature was rising because the reactor did not care what was holding the hull, and the steam loop did not care what was holding the hull and the turbine. 15 tons of steel at 3,600 revolutions per minute did not care what was holding the hull because it was not the kind of thing that cared about external conditions. It was the kind of thing that kept turning. On the tactical display, the cold that had been advancing from the outer perimeter paused. The temperature at the hull's outer surface dropped further, minus 240, minus 260, and then the structural stress monitors registered something different. Not the distributed holding pressure of the initial contact, but a localized concentration at the bow section, a force application that was directional rather than enveloping, that had the signature pattern of something that was attempting to penetrate rather than encompass. The James Watt's hull was lead polymer composite, 12 centimeters at standard, reinforced at the bow section to 22 centimeters as a radiation shielding measure for the reactor's forward neutron flux. At minus 260 degrees, most structural materials in the Assembly's engineering inventory would have entered the brittle failure regime. At -260 degrees, the lead polymer composite was doing what lead polymer composite does. It was conducting the cold inward from the contact point at the rate that its thermal conductivity allowed, which was slow because it was dense and thick and had been built to absorb things, and as it conducted the cold inward, the inner surface of the composite was simultaneously receiving heat from the ship's internal thermal environment, and the two gradients met somewhere in the composite's cross-section and produced a thermal equilibrium that was uncomfortable but not critical. The Devourer bit the hull. That was the operational description Vance used in her incident log, and it was the most accurate description available given the sensor data, a localized high-force contact event at the bow, lasting approximately 4 seconds, followed by a rapid retraction of the force application and a change in the distribution of the surrounding pressure field. The James Watt's hull integrity monitors registered a surface compression event at the contact point. A slight deformation of the outer lead polymer layer, 4 centimeters deep across a contact area of approximately 1 square meter. Not a breach, not close to a breach. A dent. The structural monitoring system logged it as a minor hull event and filed an automatic maintenance report. Vance was at the tactical display. She had been at the tactical display since 14 hours and 25 minutes, and she had the specific, focused stillness of a military officer who has reached the moment their preparation was designed for, and is now operating purely on the execution of what they prepared. She looked at the hull integrity report. She looked at the temperature readings. She looked at the bearing indicators on the engineering feed. Still amber, still steady. "It bit us," Adeyemi said from the sensor station. His voice had the quality of a statement he was not entirely sure should be said aloud. "It bit us," Vance confirmed, and it found lead and tungsten and polymer composite at -260 degrees on the outside and 304 degrees on the inside, and a turbine that hasn't changed its RPM by a single rotation since contact. She looked at the tactical display, at the pressure field surrounding the ship, at the temperature readings from the hull sensors. It's looking for potential. All it's going to find is 30,000 RPM of "get out of my way." The pressure field shifted. It did not retreat. It changed character, the distribution altering from the enveloping hold of the initial contact to something more probing, moving across the hull's outer surface in patterns that the stress monitors tracked as a sequence of localized contacts, each one testing a different location, each one finding the same thing. Dense physical matter running hot, radiating in every direction, generating heat from within at a rate that the cold moving against it could not match because the cold was a condition and the heat was a process, and a process does not stop when a condition is applied to it, unless the condition is sufficient to stop the mechanism driving the process, and the mechanism driving the process was a fission reaction in a sealed vessel surrounded by 22 centimeters of lead polymer composite that the cold had reached only 4 centimeters into in 4 seconds of direct contact. The mathematics were not in the Devourer's favor. Thorne watched the hull temperature readings and the bearing indicators and the primary coolant temperature climbing past 305 degrees and thought about what Chen had said in the Strategic Coordination Center. It uses cold to shatter anything that isn't generating its own heat. He thought about the hull of the Morvani Elder's vessel, cooling toward ambient in the outer approach corridor, its resonance carrier systems dark, its thermal signature declining with the specific, irreversible trajectory of a structure that has stopped generating heat and will not start again. He thought about the crystals in the Assembly's archive, shattering from the James Watt's vibration on the day of docking. He thought about what it meant that the thing destroying the most advanced fleet in 6,000 light-years had just bitten the James Watt and filed a maintenance report. The pressure field continued its survey of the hull. The turbine continued its rotation. The reactor continued its cycle. The hull continued its patient thermal argument with the cold surrounding it. Not winning exactly, because winning implied a resolution, and there was no resolution available at -260 degrees, but not losing either, because losing implied a direction of travel, and the direction of the James Watt's internal temperature was upward, and had been upward since Chen's power elevation 2 hours prior, and the hull's inner surface was warmer now than it had been when the Devourer arrived. and would be warmer still in an hour, and would be warmer still after that. "It can't get in," Adeyemi said. "Not through the hull," Vance said. "Not at current temperature differential." She was already on the comm to the Strategic Coordination Center. "General Vance to command. The James Watt has made contact with the entity. Hull integrity nominal. Turbine nominal. We are holding position. I need Chen back on this ship in the next 30 minutes, and I need the supercritical steam calculations she was running at the shipyard uploaded to engineering before she arrives." She looked at Thorne. "The hull held," she said. "Now we need to find out if we can do something more useful than just not dying." Outside the James Watt's hull, at minus 260 degrees, something very large and very cold was pressing against something small and hot and loud and utterly indifferent to the pressing, and finding, for what was possibly the first time in its existence, that the universe contained a thing it could not simply absorb. It could not eat the heat. It could not drink the kinetic energy of the turbine. It could not consume the pressure in the secondary loop or the radioactive decay in the fuel elements. All of it was actual, not potential. All of it was already happening right now, without drawing from any field density that could be collapsed. The James Watt was not a zero-point system. The James Watt was not a resonance carrier. The James Watt was a controlled nuclear reaction in a lead box with a steam loop and a spinning wheel, and it had been those things continuously for 22 years, and it intended to continue being those things, and it had the thermal and kinetic budget to back the intention. And somewhere in the pressure field surrounding the hull, the Devourer was learning what it felt like to find something in the universe that it did not have a process for. The bearing indicators held amber. The turbine held nominal. The primary coolant temperature reached 307 degrees and held, steady, patient, and hot. Chapter 13, Thermal Decoy. Chen arrived back on the James Watt at 14 hours and 59 minutes, 28 minutes after Vance's request, and 2 minutes before the deadline Vance had set, which was the closest Chen had ever come to a deadline in Thorne's professional experience, and which he interpreted as evidence that the situation had communicated its seriousness to her with unusual efficiency. She came through the airlock with her tablet and her duty uniform and the expression she wore when she had been working for an extended period on a problem that had not resolved and had arrived at the threshold of either a solution or a different kind of problem. And she went directly to the engineering station on the bridge without stopping, without greeting, without the transit of social formality that characterized her movement through spaces in anything other than operational conditions. This was operational conditions. She plugged her tablet into the engineering station, reviewed 4 screens of data in approximately 90 seconds, with the focused speed of someone who had been building toward this specific review for the last several hours and knew exactly what she was looking for, and then she looked up at Vance. "The supercritical calculations are good," she said. "We have margin. More than I expected." She pulled up the thermal schematic on the bridge display. The James Watt's internal temperature profile, rendered in the infrared palette of the ship's own monitoring systems, the reactor core at its center in deep red, the heat moving outward through the coolant loops, the waste heat gradient at the hull surface, everything running hotter than nominal, everything climbing. Primary coolant is at 307. We have rated sealing at 340. I want to push to 330 before we initiate the flare sequence. Give ourselves a 10-degree margin against rated sealing, and I want to do it over the next 40 minutes to let the thermal soak distribute through the hull plating. "Define flare sequence," Vance said. "The Devourer is tracking us on whatever it uses for sensors by our energy signature," Chen said. "Not quantum state. It's eaten everything quantum state. It's tracking us thermally. It knows we're here because we're the hottest object in the docking sector, possibly in this entire region of space at the moment, given that everything else has gone cold." She looked at the hull temperature readings, still showing the contact zone from the Devourer's initial probe, minus 260 on the outer surface at the contact point, rising slowly as the ship's internal heat worked outward through the composite. "That thermal signature is our position. It is also potentially our mobility. If we can generate a thermal decoy, a secondary heat source that reads as equivalent or greater magnitude on thermal sensors, we can give it something to track that isn't us. How do you generate a thermal decoy from a ship that is currently being held by an entity at minus 260 degrees? Thorne asked. Chen looked at him. We vent steam. The bridge was quiet for a moment in the way that bridges are quiet when a simple answer has been provided to a complex question, and the people on the bridge are in the process of determining whether the simplicity is reassuring or alarming. We vent high-pressure steam from the secondary loop into the vacuum on the side of the ship opposite the primary contact zone, Chen said. At current loop pressure and temperature, the steam exits the vent at approximately 290 degrees and expands immediately into the surrounding space. In the vacuum, it doesn't dissipate the way it does in atmosphere. It travels. It forms a cloud of high-temperature vapor that reads, on thermal sensors, as a moving heat source approximately equivalent to the ship's own thermal signature for somewhere between 4 and 7 minutes before it cools below the detection threshold. You want to fake our own thermal signature? Vance said. I want to give it a ghost to chase, Chen said. The steam cloud moves on its initial trajectory after venting. It doesn't have propulsion, it just goes where it goes when it leaves the vent. If the Devourer's tracking mechanism locks onto the cloud's thermal signature as its primary target and follows it, that's 4 to 7 minutes of separation from the hull contact. 4 to 7 minutes where it is not probing our hull and we are not being held. She looked at the tactical display, at the pressure field distribution around the hull. It has been in contact with this hull for 28 minutes and it has not penetrated. But it has also not moved. It is still here. If we are going to do anything other than wait to find out how long we can sustain this temperature differential, we need it to move. Vance looked at the tactical display. She looked at the hull temperature readings. She looked at the pressure field distribution, which had settled into a stable pattern after the initial probing sequence, the distributed holding pressure that had been there since first contact, steady, patient, as if the entity had arrived at a decision to wait rather than force. It was waiting for something to change. Systems that ran continuously eventually ran out of fuel, or maintenance, or time. The Devourer did not appear to be in a hurry. If the decoy works and it follows the steam cloud, Vance said, what do we do with the 4 to 7 minutes? Chen had the expression of someone who has been asked the question they have been waiting to be asked. We move, she said. The James Watt has steam thrust capability for maneuvering. We discussed it in the Strategic Coordination Center. High-pressure steam expelled through the ventral maneuvering ports, kinetic thrust, no zero-point draw. It is not fast, it is not elegant. It will move 10 million tons of ship at a rate that the Assembly's fleet tactical system will classify as, and I am quoting from the specification document, impractical for combat maneuvering. She looked at Vance. But it is movement. And if we have 4 to 7 minutes of separation, and we use that time to change our position relative to the Devourer's approach vector, we change the engagement geometry. We are no longer the fixed point it is holding. We are a moving thermal signature in open space, running hot, venting steam, and the steam thrust maneuver generates its own secondary thermal signature that will layer onto the primary and make the overall heat profile of this ship read as approximately the most confusing thermal target this entity has ever encountered. Vance considered this. She had the focused, evaluative expression of an officer running a scenario model, testing the variables, finding the failure modes. What's the risk? The steam vent reduces secondary loop pressure by approximately 300 psi per 10-second vent cycle, Chen said. We can sustain 4 vent cycles before we need to recover loop pressure, which takes about 12 minutes at current generation rate. After 4 cycles, we have approximately 4 decoys available before we need to pause. The steam thrust maneuver uses a different draw. The maneuvering port system has its own pressure reservoir separate from the secondary loop, capacity for approximately 8 minutes of continuous thrust at the pressure I want to run it at. She paused. The risk is, if the decoy doesn't work, if the Devourer does not shift its tracking to the steam cloud, we have vented 300 psi from the secondary loop, and we are in the same position with less pressure margin. And if the hull temperature drops below the critical threshold while we have reduced pressure, it won't. The reactor output is elevated and climbing. The thermal soak is increasing the hull's thermal mass. Even with a 300 psi draw on the loop, the hull surface temperature is going to keep rising for at least 90 minutes before it stabilizes. She looked at the hull contact zone temperature. The cold has reached 4 centimeters into a 22 centimeter composite at minus 260 degrees over 28 minutes of contact. That is slow penetration. That gives us time. The James Watt's hull groaned, a low structural sound, thermal expansion caught between two temperature gradients. The ship's internal heat working outward and the Devourer's cold working inward. The sound moved through the bridge deck as vibration, and the ship's structural monitoring system logged it as thermal stress, normal range, and the bridge crew registered it with the specific non-reaction of people who have developed a calibrated sense of what level of structural noise is worth responding to. "Initiate the thermal soak elevation," Vance said. "Get us to 330 over 40 minutes. Then we run the flare sequence." Chen was already at the engineering station. The next 40 minutes had the quality of time that is being used rather than passing. The ship's internal temperature rising through its measured increments, 309, 312, 316, each reading logged and tracked on the engineering display, the rate of climb consistent with Chen's model, the hull thermal soak distributing the heat outward through the composite in the slow, patient way of thermal conduction through dense material. The Devourer's pressure field did not change. It held its distribution. It waited. At 328 degrees, Chen initiated a controlled test vent. Not the full decoy sequence, a 2-second pulse through the port side secondary vent, enough to confirm the vent system was clear and operating within parameters. The pressure dropped 11 psi and recovered in 40 seconds. On the external sensor feed, a brief thermal bloom appeared on the port side hull and traveled outward into the surrounding space. A small cloud of steam at 280 degrees, moving away from the ship at the velocity of its initial pressure. The Devourer's pressure field shifted, not dramatically, a slight redistribution, the concentration moving fractionally toward the port side, the contact zone at the bow losing a small percentage of the force that had been applied there since the initial probing. It lasted approximately 6 seconds and then stabilized again, but it had moved. The tracking mechanism had registered the thermal bloom and had updated its model, and the update had been reflected in the pressure distribution. And that was the confirmation Chen had been looking for. "It tracks thermal output," she said. "The test vent moved it. Not enough for separation, but the tracking response is there." She looked at Vance. "Full flare sequence on your authorization." "Authorized," Vance said. Chen opened the bypass valves. The secondary loop pressure dropped 412 psi in 8 seconds as the main vent ports opened. Not the test pulse's 2-second tickle, but the full flare. 4 ports opened simultaneously on the starboard side. High-pressure steam at 292 degrees expelling into the vacuum in 4 coordinated jets that merged 50 meters from the hull into a single expanding cloud of superhot vapor. On the thermal display, the cloud registered immediately as a moving heat source, its temperature reading nearly equivalent to the ship's own hull signature, its size and trajectory suggesting, to any tracking system that read thermal output as position, that a large, hot object had just separated from the James Watt starboard side and was moving away at a consistent velocity. The Devourer's pressure field moved. The redistribution was not subtle this time. The distributed holding pressure across the hull's entire surface retracted, not all at once, not cleanly, but progressively from the bow toward the stern, as if the entity were peeling away from the hull surface in the direction of the departing thermal cloud. The hull temperature readings at the contact zones began to rise as the cold source moved away from them. The structural stress monitors showed the distributed pressure declining toward zero. At the engineering station, Chen was watching the loop pressure recovery and the hull temperature readings and the external sensor feed showing the steam cloud's trajectory and the Devourer's apparent movement, and her hands were moving across the maneuvering port controls with the focused speed of someone who has a finite window and knows exactly how long it is. 8 seconds to full separation, she said. Maneuvering thrust on my mark. The bridge crew held their positions. The tactical display showed the pressure field reorienting around the steam cloud. the entity's full attention apparently committed to the thermal signature moving away from the starboard side, the hull temperature readings at the old contact zone rising as the cold retreated. "Mark," Chen said. The maneuvering ports opened and the James Watt moved. 10 million tons of ship, pushed by high-pressure steam through ventral ports, moved with the specific ponderous deliberateness of an object whose mass is the primary fact about it. It lurched. The thrust application at this scale produced an initial impulse that communicated itself through the entire structure as a shudder before the velocity built. The hull groaned. The bearing cluster B temperature rose 2 degrees and stabilized. The primary coolant dipped 1 degree and recovered in 40 seconds. On the tactical display, the James Watt's position icon moved. Slowly, at a rate that the Assembly's fleet tactical system was going to classify as impractical for combat maneuvering, but moved. Changed angle relative to the Devourer's last contact position. Changed angle relative to the steam cloud's trajectory, which was now moving away from the ship's new position on a vector that would not intersect the ship's new position for approximately 11 minutes. The hull contact zone temperature reached 20 degrees above ambient for the first time since initial Devourer contact. "It's following the cloud," Adeyemi said from the sensor station. His voice had the quality of someone reading data they are still deciding whether to believe. "Full thermal tracking lock on the Decoy. The pressure field has completely disengaged from the hull." The steam cloud expanded and cooled in the surrounding space, its thermal signature declining as it traveled, dropping from 292 degrees toward the detection threshold. It had approximately 5 minutes of useful decoy life remaining. The James Watt was moving on its new vector, its thermal signature fully visible to any sensor capable of carrying, and nothing in the immediate vicinity was. Chen was already calculating the second vent cycle. "Loop pressure recovered to nominal," she reported. "Ready for decoy cycle 2 on your authorization. Recommend we use the second cycle to establish a divergent thermal trail. 2 clouds on different vectors. Force a tracking decision." She looked at the tactical display. If it has to choose between 2 equivalent thermal signatures, we have data on which one it prioritizes. That data is useful. Vance was looking at the display with the expression of someone watching a theory become practice. "Authorized," she said, "and get me the supercritical steam calculations on the secondary display." 330 degrees is where we are now, Chen said, pulling up the calculations. Supercritical threshold is 374 degrees at 22.1 megapascals. We need to push the primary loop past its rated ceiling of 340 by 34 degrees. She paused. The James Watt's primary loop has a structural tolerance ceiling of 381 degrees before material deformation becomes a concern. That is 41 degrees above rated ceiling, margin we have never used because we have never needed it. She looked at the tactical display. "We don't have the option anymore. The question is whether we use the margin now or save it for when we need it more." Vance looked at the display. She looked at Thorne, who had been at the wall for the last 40 minutes and had the expression of a man who was not an engineer and understood this conversation precisely well enough to know that the question being asked was not an engineering question. "How much of the margin do we need for the steam lance?" Thorne asked. "All of it," Chen said. "Then we save it," Vance said. "The decoy cycles buy us positioning. We use the positioning to get into the geometry we need for the lance. When we're in geometry, we use the margin." She looked at Chen. "How many decoy cycles before we're in position?" Chen studied the display and did the calculation the way she did all calculations, fast, from internalized principles. 3, she said. 3 cycles, and we're in position. But the third cycle has to be a real one. Full pressure, maximum thermal bloom, maximum decoy life. Not a split trail. A single large, undeniable heat source moving directly away from our position while we hold still. It has to commit fully to the decoy. That's the moment. The first steam cloud was fading on the thermal display, its temperature declining through the last degrees of useful signature, the Devourer's pressure field hovering around it as it cooled, as if waiting for confirmation of what it had followed and not yet finding the confirmation satisfying. In 4 minutes it would be background temperature. In 4 minutes, the Devourer would finish its assessment and return its attention to the nearest remaining heat source. "Cycle 2, Vance said. "On your timing, Chen." Chen opened the bypass valves for the second time, and the James Watt exhaled into the dark, and the dark received the heat and carried it outward, and somewhere in the cold between the ship and where it had been, the Devourer chose between two signals and revealed for the first time that it had a preference, and that the preference was not the James Watt. Not yet. Chapter 14. Pressure Maneuvers. The second decoy cycle worked exactly as the first had worked, and the third cycle worked better than either of them. And by the time the third steam cloud was fading on the thermal display, the James Watt had moved through 3 distinct position changes and was sitting at the coordinates Chen had identified 12 hours earlier in the Strategic Coordination Center as the geometry she needed. And the Devourer had followed 3 phantom heat sources across 200 meters of maneuvering space, and was in the process of completing its third assessment of a dissipating steam cloud, and finding, for the third time, that the object it had tracked was not the object it wanted. Chen had called this the moment. She had said the third cycle needed to be a full commit, a single, large, undeniable heat source moving directly away from the ship while the ship held position, forcing a complete tracking decision rather than a split trail. She had been right. The Devourer had committed to the third cloud with the full reorientation of its pressure field, a clean separation from the hull that had lasted 4 minutes and 47 seconds. Enough time for the steam thrust maneuver, enough time for the position change, enough time for Chen to get to engineering and begin the process she had been building toward since the Strategic Coordination Center. The primary coolant temperature was 331 degrees when Thorne reached the engineering deck. It was 336 by the time he found a position at the far wall that gave him a clear line of sight to the main status board without being in anyone's way, which was the location his presence in the engineering deck reliably required, because the engineering deck during an active operation had the movement density of a space that had been designed for 6 and was currently occupied by 11, and the 11 included Chen, who moved through it with the territorial authority of a person who had made peace with the fact that this space was hers and extended professional tolerance to everyone else in it on a situational basis. The main status board showed primary coolant at 337 and climbing, secondary loop at 2,108 pounds per square inch, turbine nominal at 3,600 RPM. Bearing cluster B warm, but within the revised tolerance window Chen had established after the maneuver sequence. The maneuvering thrust had generated additional vibration loading on the bearing assembly, and Chen had adjusted the acceptable range upward by 4 degrees to account for it, which was an engineering decision she had documented in the maintenance log with a notation that read, "Temporary operational adjustment, revert to standard tolerance on mission completion," and which Thorne interpreted as Chen's way of recording that she knew exactly what she was doing and had not stopped knowing. Adeyemi was at the secondary loop monitoring station, watching the pressure readings with the focused attention of someone whose job was to tell Chen things before she needed to ask. He had been doing this for 3 hours with the attentive stillness of a person whose monitoring has become integrated into their awareness, rather than a separate effort. Something changed. "Secondary loop pressure drop," Adeyemi said. Not alarmed. Informational, the tone of someone reporting a reading. 403 psi dropping. Chen was already looking at the gauge. Rate? Approximately 80 psi per second. "That's not a valve. Check the port side secondary manifold." Adeyemi checked. "Port side secondary manifold pressure is nominal. The drop is in the main loop between the steam generator and the turbine inlet." Chen's hands were moving across the control panel. "Bypass valve 6, she said. "Open it." The pressure drop stabilized. The main loop reading held at 1,687 psi, 321 psi below where it had been, and then began to recover as the bypass valve redistributed flow from the secondary reservoir. Adeyemi watched the recovery rate. "Recovering," he said. 40 psi per 20 seconds. We'll be back to nominal in approximately 2.5 minutes. Good. Chen was still looking at the panel. "The pressure transient is from the maneuvering sequence." The steam thrust pulled additional flow demand on the loop, and the main control valve didn't compensate fast enough. It's the governor lag. The same issue, smaller scale, that Bay 7 demonstrated. She looked at Adeyemi. Noted in the log and watched the main control valve for the rest of the sequence. If it lags again, bypass 6 stays open. Noted. The James Watt's hull groaned. A longer event this time than the earlier structural sounds. 10 seconds of distributed metallic creaking that moved through the deck as vibration and communicated itself to everything in the engineering room as a felt quality rather than a hard one. The resonance of thermal stress in a large structure running hotter than it had been built to run continuously and asking, in the specific language of dense materials under thermal gradient, whether this was a temporary condition or a new normal it needed to plan for. The answer, Chen had decided, was temporary. The answer was also that temporary was a relative concept when you were pushing a primary coolant loop toward its structural tolerance ceiling, and the thing pressing against your hull from outside was operating at minus 260 degrees, and the margin between those two conditions was the thing that was going to determine what happened next. Hull scream at 339, she said, to no one in particular and to everyone simultaneously. It was not a warning, it was a notation, the way engineers note thresholds. The composite is beginning to shed thermal stress through structural vibration. It's going to get louder. It got louder. The James Watt had a sound profile that Thorne had learned over 22 years of periodic visits, a layered acoustic environment that started with the turbine's tectonic roar and built upward through the frequencies, the secondary loop's hydraulic pulse, the primary coolant pump's deep cycling beat, the periodic hiss of valve adjustments, the irregular percussion of thermal expansion in the overhead pipes. He knew this sound profile the way you know a voice, by its characteristic textures, by what was normal and what was departure from normal. What was happening now was departure. A high-frequency register had entered the mix, somewhere above the turbine roar and below the pump cycles, a sound that was continuous rather than periodic, that had the quality of sustained metallic stress. Not distress, not failure, but the sound of a very large and very dense structure, experiencing thermal conditions it had never experienced before and expressing that experience in the only language available to it, which was vibration at the frequency determined by its mass and its composition, and the gradient between its inner temperature and the cold pressing against it from outside. The Assembly's tactical liaison assigned to the James Watt's bridge, a Xylos named Velteth, who had come aboard at Vance's request as the communication channel to the Strategic Coordination Center, had been on the bridge for 6 hours and had been managing the acoustic environment of the ship's operational sounds with the composed professional attention of a species whose sensory filaments were designed to filter and classify rather than simply receive. The hull scream exceeded her filtering capacity. She registered it with a filament retraction that was involuntary rather than chosen, the biological equivalent of a flinch, and immediately extended the filaments again, reasserting the professional composure. Thorne watched this and said nothing. The hull scream was information. The hull scream meant 339 degrees. The hull scream meant the James Watt was doing what it needed to do and doing it loudly, and loudly was fine. Loudly was consistent with the entire operating philosophy of a vessel that had never in its operational life been asked to be quiet. On the bridge, Vance had the tactical display, and the external sensor feed, and the hull temperature readings, and the Devourer's pressure field distribution, which had reassembled around the hull following the third cloud's dissipation. A tighter distribution than the initial contact, more concentrated, as if the 3 failed tracking events had produced an updated model, and the updated model had concluded that the target warranted closer attention. The pressure at the bow contact zone was higher than it had been at first contact. The probing had resumed. "It's recalibrating," Vance said to Chen over the internal comm. "The pressure distribution is changing. It's concentrating toward the bow. Temperature at the bow contact is minus 268. "Copy," Chen said. "I need 4 minutes at current elevation before we go to the next phase." 4 minutes. The bow temperature held at minus 268. The primary coolant temperature climbed through 339 to 340. the rated operational ceiling, and crossed it and kept climbing, and the status board updated the indicator from green to amber. Chen looked at the amber indicator for approximately 1 second and proceeded with awareness. 341. 343. The hull scream changed pitch, a slight upward shift as the thermal gradient in the composite steepened, the inner surface temperature rising faster than the cold on the outer surface could advance. The structural stress monitors at the bow showed the Devourer's concentrated pressure increasing, its probing finding the same resistance it had found before, and apparently concluding that increased pressure was the appropriate variable to adjust. The lead polymer composite at the bow was 22 centimeters thick. In the time since initial contact, through 3 decoy cycles and 3 maneuvering thrusts, the cold had advanced 10 centimeters into the composite. 12 remained before it reached the structural steel of the pressure hull. At the current and declining rate of advance, declining because the composite's inner surface was getting hotter, producing a steeper opposing gradient, the cold would reach the structural steel in approximately 4 hours. 4 hours was not the operational window. 345 degrees. The bow contact pressure spiked, a rapid increase that the stress monitors logged as a significant force application event, lasting 3 seconds, and then a retraction. The Devourer was trying something different, not the distributed enveloping contact of the initial approach, not the localized probing of the bite, but a rapid, high-force pulse, the kind of force application you used when you wanted to know the maximum resistance of a barrier quickly. The composite deformed 2 centimeters at the contact point and rebounded. The stress monitors logged it, filed a maintenance report, moved on. "It's testing the hull response to impulse loading," Chen said from the engineering deck. She had sensors running continuously and had registered the event on her hull monitoring feed. "It's trying to find a failure mode. Impact resistance, probably. It's encountered materials that shatter under impulse loading at these temperatures, and it's checking whether our hull behaves the same way." "Does it?" Thorne asked. "Lead deforms. It doesn't shatter, even at minus 268. She paused. "It's going to keep trying until it either finds a failure mode or decides there isn't one. We need to be in the lance geometry before it decides the hull isn't going to fail from the outside and looks for another approach." "Tactical. I need the Assembly's remaining fleet positions," Vance said. Velteth provided them. 91 vessels dispersed across the outer docking sectors, maintaining minimum 0-point draw, engines on standby. 23 inert hulls drifting at various distances from the hub, the vessels that had been caught before the dispersal was complete, that had been carrying full 0-point draw when the Devourer found them. The Morvani Elders generation arc, cooling toward ambient 3,000 meters away, its 160 years of service ended in 43 seconds. "When we initiate the lance," Vance said, "I want the fleet to begin a slow reposition toward the hub on my command. Time to arrive at defensive perimeter distance approximately 8 minutes after lance initiation. Chemical backup systems only, or orbital drift. Nothing that draws from the field." Velteth transmitted the order. The primary coolant temperature reached 347 degrees. The hull scream shifted pitch again, a new harmonic entering the acoustic profile of the ship, a frequency that Thorne had never heard in 22 years of visiting the James Watt's engineering spaces. That was not the turbine and not the pumps and not the valve adjustments, but was something more fundamental, a resonance frequency of the hull itself under thermal stress, the ship's own structural voice speaking at the exact pitch determined by its mass and its composition and the conditions it was currently experiencing. It was not a sound that indicated failure. It was a sound that indicated load. There was a difference, and Chen knew the difference, and Thorne trusted Chen's knowledge of the difference absolutely. But the sound was not comfortable, and the hull monitoring display was showing bow contact pressure at the highest level it had shown since the entity arrived. And the cold was 10 centimeters into 22 centimeters of composite, and the primary coolant temperature was 7 degrees above the rated operational ceiling and climbing, and the maneuvering port pressure reservoir was at 62% capacity after 3 thrust cycles, and the secondary loop pressure was still recovering from the governor lag event, and every single one of those facts was a constraint on what was possible and how long possible lasted. 2 minutes, Chen said. It was not a progress report. It was a statement of elapsed time. Thorne looked at the status board and listened to the hull scream and let it be what it was. The James Watt communicating the fact of its own operation under conditions it had not been designed for and had not encountered before, handling them in the way physical systems handle conditions beyond their designed envelope, through the expression of stress, the absorption of it, and the continuation of function, because the mechanism driving the function was still intact. 1 minute, Chen said. The bow contact pulse came again. Shorter interval, higher force. The composite deformed 4 centimeters this time and rebounded in 3 seconds. The stress monitors filed a maintenance report. The primary coolant temperature crossed 348. Final decoy cycle ready, Chen said. On your authorization, General. Vance looked at the tactical display, the hull readings, the bow contact stress monitors, the pressure readings, the primary coolant elevation, the maneuvering port reservoir at 62%, the secondary loop recovering, the Devourer concentrated at the bow, the fleet holding dispersed, the 91 ships waiting, the 23 inert hulls drifting in the dark. She authorized. The final decoy was everything Chen had specified. Full pressure, maximum thermal bloom, the largest steam release the secondary loop could produce in a single 10-second vent cycle, expelling from the stern ports directly opposite the bow contact zone, a single massive heat source moving directly away from the James Watt's current position on a clean vector that any thermal tracking system would read as unambiguous. The pressure drop in the secondary loop was 488 psi in 10 seconds. The thermal bloom registered on the ship's own sensors as equivalent to the ship's full thermal signature for the first 3 seconds of expansion, slightly lower for the following 30, still well above background for the 4 minutes of useful decoy life that followed. The Devourer's pressure field separated from the hull in 11 seconds. 11 seconds of progressive retraction, the concentrated bow contact releasing first, then the distributed holding pressure across the stern and dorsal sections, the entity's full tracking attention reorienting toward the departing heat source with the decisive commitment of a predator that has made a choice and is executing it. The hull temperature at the bow contact zone began to rise immediately. The composite's inner surface had been generating heat for 4 hours. The cold had been the only thing keeping the outer surface from expressing that heat outward. With the cold retreating, the thermal gradient reversed direction, the heat moving outward through the composite toward the vacuum, the contact zone temperature rising from minus 268 degrees through minus 200, minus 100, climbing toward the ambient temperature of open space. Chen was at the maneuvering controls. The James Watt moved for the last time on steam thrust, using 43% of the remaining reservoir in a 45-second burn that changed its vector to the final approach angle, the geometry Chen had been building toward since the Strategic Coordination Center, the position from which the steam lance was not a tactic but a physics problem, and the physics problem had one answer. The bow pointed at the Devourer's retreating pressure field. Primary coolant at 349, Adeyemi said. Turbine nominal. Secondary loop recovery at 73%. Chen looked at the tactical display. She looked at the bow temperature. She looked at the decoy cloud's remaining life. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. She looked at the primary coolant temperature and then at the structural tolerance ceiling, and then at the 32 degrees of margin between where they were and where they needed to be. The hull scream filled the engineering deck. The bearing cluster B temperature was warm. The James Watt held its position and its heading and its turbine speed and its temperature and waited in the way that machines wait, which is not waiting at all but simply the continuation of all the processes that constitute operation, ongoing, patient, and sufficient. Get me to 381, Chen said. Everything we have. Chapter 15. Kinetic Cloud. 381 degrees was the number Chen had written on the engineering deck's status board in large figures with a marker she had taken from the secondary coolant monitoring station, because she had decided that the structural tolerance ceiling needed to be physically present in the room as a number everyone could see, rather than a figure on a display that could be minimized or ignored or scroll off the bottom of a readout during a high-activity period. She had written it at 349 degrees. It was currently 357. The climb was steady and controlled, which meant it was Chen's climb. Not a runaway, not a thermal excursion, but a deliberate elevation managed through the reactor's power output and the coolant flow rate and the turbine's draw on the secondary loop. All of it adjusted in the specific, experienced way of an engineer who has spent 22 years knowing this system's behavior well enough to push it past its designed ceiling and remain confident that she knows where the actual ceiling is. The rated ceiling was 340. The structural tolerance ceiling was 381. In between those two numbers was the gap that the James Watt had never needed before. The margin that had been built in, because the engineers at the LEO dry docks had built margins into everything, because they were building a ship whose power source was inherently dangerous, and whose operating environment was deep space, and whose failure modes, if they manifested, would manifest without easy access to repair facilities, and the people who had built it had decided, as a foundational design philosophy, that they would rather have margin they never used than need margin they had never built. The margin was being used now, 359 degrees. The hull screen had stabilized into a continuous register, no longer changing pitch with each temperature increment, but settled into the frequency that corresponded to the current thermal gradient through the composite, a single, sustained, high harmonic that had been filling the engineering deck for 40 minutes, and that the crew had stopped reacting to and started working around. The way crews work around any environmental condition that is constant and non-critical, incorporating it into the background of their awareness, and reserving foreground attention for the things that changed. The Devourer had returned from the third decoy cloud 6 minutes after the James Watt achieved its final approach geometry. It had returned differently. The reassembly of its pressure field around the hull was faster than the initial contact, more focused, the distribution settling immediately into the concentrated bow-forward pattern that had characterized its third and fourth probing sequences, rather than beginning again from the distributed holding pressure of first contact. It had updated its model. It knew the hull resisted penetration from outside. It knew the thermal signature was the target. It knew the decoy clouds were not the ship. What it appeared not to know, or not yet to have tested, was what the ship looked like from inside. Chen had anticipated this. She had anticipated it in the Strategic Coordination Center, had noted it in her third update to the tactical plan, had described it in terms that Vance had understood immediately, and Thorne had understood after 30 seconds of consideration, and the Morvani tactical collectives had taken 4 minutes to model and then confirmed with 3 independent analyses that arrived at the same conclusion. An entity that could phase through solid matter, that could move its distributed non-physical presence through physical barriers, would eventually attempt to phase through the hull rather than penetrate it from outside. Not a collision, not a force application, a permeation, moving through the composite rather than compressing it. The question had been when. The answer arriving now on the structural stress monitors as a pressure reading that was distributed not across the outer hull surface, but through the composite's cross-section. Not at the surface, not concentrated at the bow, but everywhere simultaneously within the material, was now. "It's phasing," Adeyemi said. His voice had lost the informational calm of the monitoring register and had something else in it, something that was not quite alarm and was not quite awe, but was the specific quality of a person describing something they have not seen before and are not sure the existing vocabulary covers. The stress monitors are reading distributed internal pressure in the composite. It's inside the hull material. "How deep?" Chen said. Adeyemi checked. "The entire composite cross-section, all 22 centimeters. The readings are uniform through the full thickness." Chen looked at her tablet. She looked at the status board. She looked at the hull temperature reading from the bow section. The outer surface was at -112 degrees, warmer than during the probing phase because the third decoy separation had allowed 40 seconds of heat recovery before the Devourer returned, but cold. Still cold. Inside the composite, between -112 on the outer surface and 359 on the inner surface, Something was moving that was not thermal gradient, and was not material stress, and was not anything the ship's monitoring systems had a category for, except the generic distributed internal pressure reading that Adeyemi was watching on his screen with the focused attention of someone who has been told to watch the gauges, and has found something on the gauges he was not told to expect. "Prepare compartment flood," Chen said. "Sections 7 through 11, secondary hull interior. Full superheated vapor, maximum pressure the distribution system can sustain." The James Watt's compartment flood system was not technically a weapon system. It was a firefighting mechanism, a network of vapor distribution lines built into the secondary hull's interior spaces that could flood enclosed sections with high-temperature steam to suppress fires in areas where liquid suppression would cause equipment damage. It had been used 4 times in 22 years, most recently when Ensign Hartley had stored something in Section 10 that he had been explicitly told not to store there. The system was rated for maximum output at 340 psi and approximately 260 degrees from the secondary loop tap. At current loop pressure and Chen's bypass configuration, it could sustain 420 psi and 294 degrees. Chen opened the distribution system to maximum output. The vapor entered the secondary hull interior sections at 420 psi and 294 degrees, and expanded immediately into the enclosed spaces, filling sections 7 through 11 from overhead to deck in approximately 4 seconds. The density of the vapor in those sections, the physical concentration of water molecules in the gas phase, the actual mass of actual matter per cubic meter of enclosed space, was approximately 140 times greater than the ambient atmosphere the system had displaced. The distributed internal pressure readings in the composite changed. They did not stop. The entity was still present in the hull material, still moving through it, still doing whatever the process of moving through solid matter was, and the monitoring system was still reading its presence in the composite as distributed pressure through the cross-section. But the readings in the interior-facing sections of the composite, the sections adjacent to the now flooded interior spaces, had changed character. The uniform distribution had developed irregularities, local concentrations and absences, a pattern that was not the pattern of uniform phasing, but the pattern of something encountering resistance it had not encountered before. The vapor in the compartments was not nothing. The vapor in the compartments was matter, 294 degrees of it at 420 psi, in quantities sufficient to sustain a turbine cycle if directed correctly, in concentrations that made the enclosed sections of the James Watt secondary hull interior more physically dense, in the relevant sense, than the hull composite itself. The entity could phase through lead. It could phase through tungsten and steel and polymer composite. It had been moving through the physical matter of the galaxy's most advanced civilizations for however long it had existed, feeding on their potential energy, dismissing their physical mass as the irrelevant substrate it always was. It was apparently having a different experience with a compartment full of superheated steam at 420 psi. The Devourer had withdrawn from sections 8 and 9, from the sections with the highest vapor density, seeking the path through the composite that led to the lowest vapor density interior. There was no such path. Chen had flooded sections 7 through 11, covering the full cross-section of the bow composite's interior face. The entity was in the composite and the interior was flooded, and the interior was going to remain flooded for approximately 9 minutes at current draw rate. 9 minutes was not the operational window. The operational window was the distance between 359 degrees and 381 degrees, which at the current rate of climb was approximately 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Primary coolant at 363, Adeyemi said. Rate of climb holding. The distributed pressure readings continued their irregular fluctuation. The entity was still in the composite. It had not left, but it was not advancing. It was not finding its way through to the interior. It was doing something in the composite that the monitoring system could detect but not interpret, something that expressed itself as the irregular pressure pattern on Adeyemi's screen, and as the hull scream's pitch shifting slightly upward as the composite's thermal properties changed with the entity present in its cross-section, the heat moving differently through occupied material than through unoccupied material. Thorne was at the wall. He had been at the wall for 4 hours with the specific quality of sustained presence that 22 years of visiting the James Watt's engineering deck had produced. Not calm, but grounded, his awareness of the room total without being anxious, holding the status board and the hull readings and ADME screen, and Chen at the distribution controls, and the hull scream and the deck vibration all simultaneously, without needing any of it to resolve before he was ready. 367, ADME said. 14 degrees to tolerance ceiling. Vapor density in 7 through 11, Chen asked. Holding, 418 psi. Down 2 from peak. The system is drawing slightly above replenishment rate. Hold it there. Don't let it drop below 400. Chen was watching the distributed pressure pattern. She was watching it with the focused, analytical attention of an engineer reading a gauge she has never read before and is learning to read in real time. Interpreting the fluctuations against the model she had built in the Strategic Coordination Center, against the data that model had been built from, against the 12 hours of theoretical work that had preceded the data, and finding that the model was holding. The entity was in the composite. The vapor was preventing its advance. The hull temperature was climbing. The secondary loop was sustaining pressure. The turbine was at 3,600 RPM. Everything was working the way things work when they have been built correctly and maintained continuously and not stopped, not elegantly, not without the hull scream and the governor lag and the bearing temperature and the maintenance reports, not without the 67% waste heat and the rated ceiling indicator, reading amber, but working, continuous, patient, sufficient. 371, ADME said. 10 degrees. The distributed pressure pattern in the composite shifted suddenly. The sections adjacent to the vapor-flooded interior cleared completely, the pressure readings dropping to 0 simultaneously across the full interior-facing composite surface, and for 3 seconds the monitoring system showed no distributed internal pressure anywhere in the bow composite cross-section. The entity had fully withdrawn from the composite. Then the exterior hull surface readings spiked. The Devourer was outside the hull again, its pressure field reassembling on the outer surface. The concentration pattern focused differently than before, not at the bow, where the composite interior was flooded and hot, but distributed across the midsection and stern, seeking the exterior of the parts of the ship that were not flooded, that were not adjacent to the superheated vapor, that offered the hull geometry the entity had been working with before it had attempted the phase-through. Chen had not flooded the midsection and stern interior spaces. She flooded them now. Sections 12 through 23, secondary hull interior, full superheated vapor, maximum available pressure. The distribution system drew the additional demand from the secondary loop, and the secondary loop pressure dropped to 388 psi and held there. The loop replenishment rate and the distribution draw finding an equilibrium that was uncomfortable but stable, and sections 12 through 23 filled with superheated vapor in 6 seconds. And the James Watt's secondary hull interior from bow to mid-stern was now approximately as thermally hostile an environment as any enclosed space short of the primary heat exchanger itself. The Devourer's exterior pressure field fluctuated, concentrated, moved, attempted 3 distinct contact points on the midsection hull in rapid succession and found, at each one, that the interior surface adjacent to the contact point was adjacent to superheated vapor at 412 psi. And whatever the entity's process was for evaluating the viability of a phasing approach, the evaluation was returning the same result from each contact point. It's hard to be a god, Chen said, watching the pressure pattern on her monitoring feed. When you're drowning in a cloud. The hull scream changed, not upward, sideways, into a different frequency register, a sound that was not the thermal stress frequency and was not the structural resonance frequency, but was something between them. Something that the composite produced when it was experiencing both simultaneously, the 2 gradients interacting in the dense lead polymer material in a way that expressed itself acoustically as a sound Thorne had never heard in 22 years, and which he suspected nobody had ever heard before, because the James Watt had never before been filled with superheated vapor and enclosed by a cosmic entity simultaneously while running its primary coolant at 30 degrees above the rated operational ceiling. 376, ADME said. His voice was steady. Everything about Adeyemi at this moment was steady, in the specific, contained way of someone who has been in the room for 4 hours watching the numbers change and has decided that the numbers are the thing that requires attention, and everything else is context for the numbers. 5 degrees. 5 degrees to the structural tolerance ceiling. 5 degrees to the conditions under which the primary loop's material properties would begin to deviate from their design specifications in ways that would require engineering assessment and documented justification, and in normal operations, an immediate controlled shutdown for inspection. These were not normal operations. Vapor density holding across all sections, Chen said. Loop pressure at 391. Turbine nominal. She looked at the distribution system pressure gauge. She looked at the primary coolant temperature gauge. She looked at the distributed pressure monitor, which was showing the Devourer's exterior pressure field in a state of rapid, irregular reorganization, concentrating and dispersing and concentrating again, unable to find a hull section that offered a viable phase-through approach, unable to leave because the thermal signature it had been tracking was still here, still hot, still the thing it had followed from the outer rim through 3 decoy clouds and 22 centimeters of lead polymer composite, and into the encounter with superheated vapor that was not behaving the way matter was supposed to behave when a cosmic entity tried to move through it. The entity had come to consume potential. It had found a ship full of actual. 378, Adeyemi said. 3 degrees. On my mark, Chen said. She was at the steam lance controls. The primary vent system, not the secondary loop decoy vents that had produced the 3 thermal clouds, but the primary loop relief system, the pressure relief pathway that connected directly to the primary coolant circuit at the reactor vessel output. The pathway that under normal operations was sealed, except for emergency pressure relief events, and which was about to be opened deliberately and completely at 381 degrees Celsius and whatever primary loop pressure that temperature produced in a sealed, elevated system. Supercritical water, not steam, not liquid. The condition beyond both, the state that water reaches when temperature and pressure are both above the critical point simultaneously, when the distinction between liquid and gas ceases to exist, and the substance becomes a single homogeneous phase with the density of a liquid and the diffusivity of a gas, with an expansion ratio when released to vacuum that was not the expansion ratio of steam, but something considerably larger, considerably more violent, and considerably more physical. 379, Adeyemi said. The Devourer's pressure field concentrated suddenly at the bow, a rapid, high-force application. The highest force reading the stress monitors had recorded in the entire engagement, the entity apparently having arrived at the decision that if the hull interior could not be phased through and the thermal signature could not be followed to a decoy, then the approach that remained was maximum physical force on the exterior surface. The bow composite deformed 9 centimeters, not a breach, not close to a breach. 9 centimeters of compression into 22 centimeters of lead polymer composite, and then the force released and the composite rebounded 7 centimeters, and the stress monitors logged a significant hull event and filed a maintenance report, and the primary coolant temperature reached 380 degrees. You thought our inefficiency was a weakness, Chen said. It's actually our ammunition. She opened the primary vent. Chapter 16, Redline Sovereignty. The primary vent opened and the James Watt screamed. Not the hull scream. That sound, the thermal stress register of dense material under gradient, had been the background of the engineering deck for over an hour and had become, in the way of continuous sounds, part of the environment rather than a distinct event. This was different. This was the sound of the primary loop's pressure relief pathway opening to its full bore at 380 degrees Celsius, with the primary coolant system at the maximum pressure that the rated sealing temperature produced in a sealed system, and the supercritical fluid, not steam, not water, the thing beyond both, hitting vacuum through a pathway that had been designed for emergency pressure relief and was being used for something the designers had not specified, but had built the tolerances to accommodate. The sound was structural. It moved through the James Watt the way the hydraulic docking clamps had moved through the assembly station on arrival day, not as noise traveling through air, but as vibration traveling through dense material, through the hull plating and the deck structure and the bulk of the ship's 12 million tons, expressing itself at every surface simultaneously as a physical sensation rather than a perceived one. On the bridge, Vance's teeth ached. In the engineering deck, Adeyemi's monitoring screen vibrated itself off its mounting bracket, and he caught it with his left hand and held it and kept reading the numbers because the numbers were what mattered. The numbers, at the moment the primary vent opened, were primary coolant temperature 380 degrees, primary loop pressure 6,412 psi, supercritical threshold exceeded by a margin that Chen had confirmed was within the structural tolerance window and which was, at this exact moment, academic. The supercritical fluid entered the primary vent pathway at 6,412 psi and expanded. The expansion ratio of water transitioning from supercritical fluid to vapor in vacuum is not the expansion ratio of steam in atmosphere. In atmosphere, steam expands to approximately 1,700 times the volume of the liquid it came from. In vacuum, supercritical fluid expanding through its critical point produces an event that the James Watt's external sensor array attempted to measure and produced readings that maxed out 3 of the array's 4 pressure transducers in the first 4 seconds before the array's automatic gain reduction brought the readings back into measurable range. The Devourer's exterior pressure field vanished from the hull monitoring sensors at the same moment the vent opened. Not the gradual retraction of the decoy sequences, instantaneous. 0 distributed hull contact across all sections, all at once, as if the entity had not retreated, but had been removed from the context of the hull surface by the event occurring at the bow vent. On the external thermal sensors, the supercritical fluid expanding into the surrounding space was visible as a thermal event that saturated the sensor's near-range capability and was legible only on the mid-range array, which showed a rapidly expanding cloud of extraordinary temperature and pressure. Not a direction, not a beam, but an expansion, omnidirectional. The released energy of the primary loop spreading outward at the velocity determined by the expansion ratio and the initial pressure, which was very fast, and filling the space forward of the James Watt's bow with conditions that had not existed in that space before, and that the space was being asked to accommodate in the span of seconds. The Devourer was in that space. What happened to the Devourer in that space was not immediately legible on any of the James Watt's sensor arrays, because the sensor arrays were dealing with the thermal and pressure environment of the steam lance event itself, which was sufficiently large that it dominated the near-range sensor picture for approximately 40 seconds. What the arrays showed, when the event subsided enough for the mid-range thermal sensors to read the space forward of the bow, was an absence. Not the absence of a dark region. The Devourer had never registered as a dark region on sensors, only as the effects it produced on the things it encountered. What the sensors showed was the absence of those effects. The temperature in the space forward of the bow was elevated. The steam lance event had deposited a great deal of thermal energy into that region, but it was elevated uniformly, without the cold geometry, without the minus 260-degree zone, without the leading edge of advancing silence. The navigation beacon at the hub's outer junction, which had gone dark at 14 hours and 27 minutes, was not operational. But the beacon at the secondary junction, which had gone dark 22 minutes later, was showing a faint signal on the communication array. Not full operation, not the clean carrier frequency of a functioning beacon, but something. A residual. The electronic version of an object that has been cold and is warming. In the Strategic Coordination Center, Selvoth was watching the long-range sensor feed and had been watching it since the steam lance authorization and had not moved and had not spoken, and her robes had gone to a color that the translation matrix had finally found an entry for. After 17 days and 17 chapters of encounters with human technology and its consequences. The entry was, the specific quality of a belief being revised that has been held for a very long time. On the James Watt's bridge, the primary loop pressure had dropped to 1,008 psi following the vent event, a pressure reduction that represented the release of approximately 5,400 psi through the primary vent pathway in a single sustained event, which was the largest single pressure relief event in the ship's 22-year operational history, and which the monitoring system had dutifully logged and would require, Chen had already noted mentally, a full primary loop integrity inspection before any further elevated operation. The inspection could wait. The inspection was a problem for after. The turbine was still running. Through the pressure relief event, through the hull vibration, through the 40 seconds of saturated near-range sensor environment, the turbine had been running. 3,600 revolutions per minute. Bearing cluster B warm, but within the revised tolerance window. Bearing cluster A nominal. The 15-ton steel rotor continuing the revolution that it had been continuing for 22 years and had not interrupted for any of what had just happened. Because the turbine did not know what had just happened and did not need to know. Because the turbine's relationship with external events was precisely none. Its only relationship being with the secondary loop that fed it, and the generator that it drove, and the physics of rotating mass that governed both, and those three things had not changed. Vance was at the tactical display. The tactical display was showing the near-range sensor environment as the mid-range array brought it back into resolution. The elevated temperature forward of the bow, the absent cold geometry, the faint signal from the secondary junction beacon. It was also showing the assembly's fleet, still dispersed at minimum 0-point draw, still maintaining chemical or drift repositioning toward the hub on the order Vance had issued before the lance. 91 vessels moving slowly inward. 23 inert hulls still drifting. The James Watt at the hub, trailing the thermal bloom of the lance event on the infrared overlay like a comet tail. "All vessels," Vance said on the fleet communications channel. "This is General Vance. The steam lance has been deployed. Near-range sensors are clearing. Stand by for assessment." She looked at Thorne. Thorne looked at her. He had the expression that she had learned over their weeks of working together to read as, "I am waiting for information before I am willing to name what has happened," because naming it before the information is available is something he had learned 30 years ago not to do. He looked at the sensor feed. He looked at the primary loop pressure at 1008 psi, recovering slowly as the reactor continued its output into the reduced pressure system. He looked at the hull temperature readings. The bow section outer surface was at positive 41 degrees Celsius, warmer than it had been at any point since the Devourer first made contact, the composite fully expressing its internal heat now that the cold was absent, the gradient reversed. He looked at the bearing indicators, amber and steady. He looked at the turbine RPM, 3,600, unchanged. He looked at the faint signal from the secondary junction beacon, strengthening on the communication array's display as whatever the steam lance had done to the surrounding environment continued to develop in the 30 seconds since the vent closed. "It worked," Adeyemi said. He said it carefully, the way you say something that you want to be accurate about, because accuracy matters, and the accurate statement is large enough that saying it wrong would be a significant error. "The cold signature is gone. The pressure field is gone. The beacon signal is recovering." The mid-range thermal sensor completed its post-event calibration and displayed the space forward of the James Watt's bow in its full resolution for the first time since the vent opened. The space was warm. Not uniformly warm. The steam lance's expansion had deposited its energy unevenly, and the sensor showed the temperature gradient of a large thermal event dispersing through vacuum, the highest temperatures nearest the bow vent location, declining with distance. No cold zone. No advancing boundary of silence. No region where the energy of the space was being consumed rather than radiating. The Devourer was gone. Thorne looked at the display for a long moment. He looked at the space where the Devourer had been, where the Assembly's sensor networks had been reporting its advancing presence for 36 hours, where the cold had been moving inward from the outer rim through 114 dispersed vessels and 23 lost ones, and the James Watt's hull, and the compartment flood system, and the 3 thermal decoys, and the maneuvering thrusts, and 4 hours of temperature elevation and the entirety of the steam lance event. The space was warm now. The space was the temperature that a space becomes after a very hot thing has released its energy into it and the energy is beginning to disperse. The space was not dangerous. The space was just space. He thought about what Chen had said in the reception gallery before it all started. The Serenthi liaison's 11 words from the last beacon. The cold is here, and our light has gone dark. He thought about the difference between that statement and the current sensor reading. He thought about the turbine, still running at 3,600 RPM, bearing indicators amber, the wheel that had not stopped. He thought about the prelate, about the marble on its column in its silent white room, about the single power source with no backup, about the question he had asked, "What do you do if it stops?" and about the answer he had received. He thought about the answer, and about the 23 inert hulls drifting in the outer approach sector, and about what the difference was between a civilization that had built its power on something that could not fail, because failure was a category error, and a civilization that had built its power on something that could fail and had built around that fact for 2 centuries until the failure modes were documented and managed and planned for, and the system kept running not because it could not fail, but because the people maintaining it had never let it. "You're looking for a soul to eat," Thorne said. He said it to the empty space on the sensor display, to the absence where the Devourer had been, to the warm vacuum that was all that remained of whatever the entity had been and wherever it had gone. "All we have is 4,000 pounds of pressure and a very loud whistle." On the Fleet Communications channel, the first response to Vance's assessment request came in from the Xylos vessel at the outer dispersal perimeter, a ship whose captain was Velteth's superior officer and whose communication protocol was normally the formal, layered harmonics of Xylos' diplomatic address. What arrived on the channel was not formal. It was 2 words in the Xylos root language, which the translation matrix rendered as, "It's gone." Then, from the Morvani Collective at Position 7, a confirmation. Then, from the Varine Technical Observer's vessel, the ship belonging to the civilization that had 400 years of energy systems analysis and engineering museums, and had described the turbine as a charming historical artifact. A communication that the matrix rendered as a statement rather than a question, flat and without harmonic qualification. The human mechanism worked. The inert hulls were still inert. The 23 vessels that had lost power before the dispersal order would need rescue operations and structural assessment, and the slow, careful work of bringing systems back online in ships that had been at near absolute zero ambient for variable periods. That work would take days. The Morvani Elders generation arc, cooling toward ambient 3,000 meters from the hub, would be the first priority. The Elders Collective was still viable, preserved in the vessel's emergency biological stasis systems that ran on chemical power rather than zero-point draw, and the Collective had been in stasis since the power loss and would need to be brought out carefully and assessed for damage from the temperature event. 23 vessels. Against whatever the Devourer had been doing to the outer rim before it reached the assembly, against the path of silence it had cut through sectors 12 through 14, against what would have happened to the hub's resonance seed and its single, unbacked power source and the 400 civilizations depending on it if the James Watt had not been there and had not been what it was. 23 vessels was the cost. It was not a small number. It was also not the number it would have been. Chen came up from the engineering deck at some point in the next 10 minutes. She arrived on the bridge with her tablet and her duty uniform, and the expression of someone who has been running a system at its tolerance ceiling for several hours, and has brought it back down in good order, and is in the early stages of the post-event assessment that would occupy her for the next several days. She looked at the sensor display. She looked at the primary loop pressure, recovering toward operational range. She looked at the turbine RPM. She looked at bearing cluster B, still amber, which she was going to have a conversation with maintenance about within the hour. She did not say anything for a moment. Then, primary loop integrity inspection before any elevated operation. Full bore weld check on the vent pathway. Bearing cluster B pull and replace. Secondary loop manifold pressure test. She was looking at her tablet, not at the sensor display, because the sensor display showed the mission outcome, and the mission outcome was Vance's domain and Thorne's domain, and the primary loop integrity inspection was hers. Hartley is on the vent pathway check. He owes me a weld. Is the ship operational? Vance asked. Chen looked at the turbine RPM one more time, 3,600. Steady. The bearing indicators, amber. the primary coolant at 1,112 psi and climbing at the normal post-relief recovery rate. "The ship is operational," Chen said. Outside, in the warm space where the cold had been, the Assembly's fleet was moving inward. 91 vessels returning from their dispersal positions, not at emergency thrust, at standard approach velocity, the careful speed of ships that have been sitting at minimum zero-point draw for several hours and are bringing their systems back up through the restart sequence with appropriate care. The long-range sensors were showing the outer rim sector beacons, one by one, resuming their carrier frequencies as the cold that had silenced them dissipated, and the ambient conditions of the sectors returned to something their electronics had been built to function in. Not all of them. Not all the beacons that had gone dark were coming back. Some had been dark long enough at the temperatures the Devourer had produced to sustain physical damage that a change in ambient conditions would not reverse. The map of the outer rim would have gaps in it for a long time. Dark sectors where the silence had been longest, where the recovery would be slowest, where the work of rebuilding the navigational infrastructure would take months or years. The gaps were the record of what had come and what had been stopped, and the specific, unglamorous, loud, inefficient, maintenance-intensive, 67% waste heat method by which it had been stopped. The gaps in the beacon map were the shape of the encounter, and the shape of the encounter was the shape of what the James Watt was, and what it had always been. Not elegant, not sophisticated, not the product of a civilization that had looked at the universe and found its fundamental harmony. The product of a civilization that had looked at the universe and found its fundamental intractability, and had decided that the correct response to intractability was not to transcend it, but to push back, hard, with whatever was available, for as long as necessary. The turbine ran. The heat moved through the system and shed from the hull in every direction, continuous and patient and unasked. The bearing indicators held amber. The wheel did not stop. Chapter 17, The Galactic Tea Party. The Grand Assembly Hall had been repaired in the 3 weeks since the crisis, which was a shorter time than anyone had expected, and a longer time than the structural engineering team had initially projected, because the initial projection had not accounted for the resonance fractures in the load-bearing crystal matrix of the hall's acoustic system, which had been caused not by the Devourer's cold, but by the James Watt's vibration during the 14 hours of hull contact, and which had required the replacement of approximately 600 individual crystal elements before the hall's acoustic properties returned to the standard that 400 diplomatic delegations had been calibrated to expect. The replacement crystals had been sourced from the Assembly's reserve inventory. The reserve inventory had been reduced during the crisis because the archive on Sub-Level 9, the archive that Velsorith had been concerned about on arrival day, the one she had filed the urgent advisory about, the one whose 237 irreplaceable crystalline records had been vibrating for 11 minutes when she did the calculation, had not survived the 14 hours of hull contact that followed. The archive was gone. The records were gone. Velsorith had filed a damage report with the Assembly's Cultural Heritage Office that ran to 19 pages, and that she had written with the specific, exhausted precision of a person documenting the loss of something irreplaceable and doing it correctly, because doing it correctly was the only thing left to do. Thorne had sent her a message when he learned about the archive. He had written it 3 times before sending it, because the first 2 versions had contained the word sorry, and he had decided that sorry was not sufficient and was also not accurate, because the accurate statement was more complicated, that the James Watt had been doing what it always did, which was exist loudly and thermally and without particular consideration for delicate things in its vicinity, and that this had been true from the moment of docking and had remained true through the crisis, and that the archive had been a casualty of the James Watt's presence in the same way that 14 of the Assembly's outer rim navigational infrastructure installations had been casualties of the Devourer's presence. Not intended, not malicious, but a consequence of what the James Watt was and what it had needed to be. Velsorith had replied to his message with a single sentence. The records that survived are the ones that mattered, and the ones that mattered are the ones that are going to change. He had not been sure what to make of that sentence when he received it. He had a better sense of what to make of it now, standing in the repaired Grand Assembly Hall 3 weeks after the primary vent had opened and the cold had gone, watching 400 delegations file into the tiered galleries with a quality of movement that was different from the last time they had been here. The last time, they had moved with the weighted reverence of civilizations approaching a demonstration of power they expected to be vast and sophisticated and architecturally consistent with their model of what advanced technology looked like. This time, they moved differently, not with reverence, with something more considered, more various, less unanimous. Some delegations moved with the focused attention of scientific minds that had spent 3 weeks reviewing data and had arrived at conclusions they wanted to test against whatever happened here. Some moved with the careful posture of political bodies that had been managing the fallout of the crisis. The 23 vessel loss, the beacon map gaps, the beacon recovery operations, the question of what the Assembly's defensive posture should be given the demonstrated failure of its entire military architecture against a single entity, and had not yet finished managing it and were still in the position of treating everything as potentially load-bearing. The Vereen delegation moved with the particular careful quality of a group that had been wrong about something in a visible way and was in the process of recalibrating, without wanting the recalibration to be more visible than necessary. Selvoth was already seated in the scientific observer tier, with her tablet and her flat gray robe color, and the expression that Thorne had learned to associate with a mind that had been working continuously on a problem for an extended period and had arrived at somewhere specific and was ready to discuss it. She had filed 4 more scientific papers in the 3 weeks since the crisis. The Assembly's Xenophysics Journal had published all 4, an unusual speed that the journal's editorial board had explained in its publication notice as reflecting the time-sensitive relevance of the findings, which was the editorial board's way of saying that everyone in the relevant fields was trying to understand what had happened, and these papers were part of that understanding, and waiting for the normal review cycle was not the appropriate response to the circumstances. The Grand Inquisitor was in his ceremonial seat in the upper gallery. He looked different from the last time Thorne had seen him here. The layered ceremonial gravity was still present, still the 260-year quality of accumulated weight, but it was sitting differently, the way weight sits differently when the thing it's resting on has changed shape. He had sent Thorne a message 2 days after the crisis that had been 7 sentences long, and had required Thorne's translation matrix to render 3 of those sentences through a secondary processing pass because they contained concepts that the matrix's standard reference set did not have direct equivalence for. The substance of the message, once rendered, had been a question. What is the correct word in the human diplomatic register for the state of having been thoroughly and completely wrong about something in a way that turned out to be fortunate? Thorne had written back, "Lucky." The Grand Inquisitor had responded, "I will add it to my vocabulary." The prelate of the Xylos was in the front row of the Assembly Leadership Gallery, where she had been on presentation day, with her luminescent robes and her sensory filaments, and the chromatic register that Thorne could now read with some confidence after 3 weeks of close observational exposure. Her current color was not the deep, reverent violet of arrival day. It was not the rapid anxiety cycle of the presentation's revelations. It was a warm amber, the same amber as the James Watt's bearing temperature indicators, close enough that Thorne noticed the correspondence and filed it as either coincidence or something more meaningful, and decided it did not matter which. He walked to the podium with his briefcase. The briefcase was the same one he had carried on arrival day, battered aluminum composite, scratched in the ways that suggested a career spent in environments where briefcases got scratched. It contained his tablet, his diplomatic documentation, and one additional item that he had acquired from the James Watt's provisions inventory that morning, and that had generated, when he checked it out through the ship's quartermaster system, an inventory notation that read, "Diplomatic supplies, miscellaneous, 1 unit, purpose unspecified," which was how the quartermaster system handled items that did not fit its standard categories. He set the briefcase on the podium. He opened it. He took out his tablet and set it aside, and then he reached into the briefcase and placed the additional item on the podium surface. It was an electric kettle, standard domestic model, the kind sold in approximately 400 million households across Earth's inhabited territories. Plastic body in matte white with a chrome heating element and a capacity of 1.7 liters and a rated wattage of 2,000, which was 1.8 gigawatts less than the James Watt's continuous electrical output, but which accomplished in its domestic context the same fundamental thing. It heated water. The gallery looked at it. With the collective attention of 400 species, which was the same attention it had given to the cross-sectional diagram of the pressurized water reactor on presentation day, and the quality of that attention was different this time. It was not the computational silence of mind searching for the hidden sophistication. It was something that the translation matrix, running on the input of 400 simultaneous chromatic and physiological registers, was processing as a compound state that it rendered, after a longer pause than usual, as recognition. The hall recognized the object, not because they had seen it before, but because after 3 weeks of analysis and data review in Selvoth's 4 papers and the damage reports and the beacon recovery operations and the 19-page archive loss documentation, they understood what the object was in relation to everything that had happened, and the understanding was the recognition. Thorne looked at the prelate. "On behalf of the United Nations Space Service and the crew of the UNSS James Watt," he said, "I would like to present this to the Galactic Assembly as a token of our appreciation for your hospitality during our visit." He paused. "It heats water. The water can be used for tea, coffee, or other hot beverages according to personal preference. Its power source is a simple resistive heating element drawing from the ship's electrical supply. The electrical supply is generated by the turbine. The turbine is driven by steam. The steam is water," the prelate said. Her voice through the translation matrix was quiet and warm, and had none of the formal harmonic layering of her arrival day address. "The steam is water." "Yes," Thorne said. He picked up the kettle and carried it down from the podium and placed it in the prelate's hands, which she extended to receive it with the careful deliberateness of someone handling an object they have decided is significant, not because of what it is, but because of what it represents. And what it represented was sitting in the prelate's hands now with the weight of 1.7 liters of potential capacity and a 2,000-watt heating element and a chrome finish that reflected the hall's warm lighting back in a small curved version of the space around it. The prelate looked at the kettle. She looked at Thorne. Her robes had shifted from the warm amber to something the matrix was rendering as the specific quality of comprehension arriving not as new information, but as the completion of a structure that had been partially built for a long time. Thorne went back to the podium. He had not prepared remarks, specifically because he had decided before leaving the ship that remarks were not what this occasion required. What this occasion required was the closing of an account, the completion of the loop between what the Assembly had expected of humanity when the James Watt docked 3 weeks ago and what it had received, between the god-killers of the diplomatic communiques and the dangerous plumbers of the post-crisis reclassification vote, between the deep reverent violet of the prelate's arrival day robes and the warm amber they were wearing now. He thought about what Chen had said at the shipyard to Veltas and the design team. Its maintenance. Build it so it can break slowly, fix it while it's running, and never take your hand off the pressure gauge. He thought about what Vance had said in the Strategic Coordination Center. The brick wins in a dark alley. He thought about Selvoth's 4 papers and the Varine Observer's 4-word communication and the Grand Inquisitor's question about the word for being thoroughly wrong in a way that turned out to be fortunate. He thought about the archive on Sublevel 9 and the 237 irreplaceable records that had not survived, and Velsorith's message. The records that survived are the ones that mattered, and the ones that mattered are the ones that are going to change. He thought about the James Watt, docked 3 kilometers away, running its primary loop at post-repair operational parameters, secondary loop at nominal, turbine at 3,600 revolutions per minute, bearing cluster B replaced and back to standard tolerance, the hull integrity inspection complete and documented and filed, the primary vent pathway weld-checked and certified for continued operation, running as it had always run, continuous, patient, loud, inefficient, and utterly indifferent to anything that was not the state of the secondary coolant loop and the pressure gauge and the question of whether the wheel was still turning. He looked out at the hall, at the 400 delegations in their galleries, at the prelate with the kettle in her hands, at Selvoth in the scientific tier with her 4 papers and her flat gray robes, and the expression of a mind that had been working on a new taxonomic category for 3 weeks and had, he suspected, found one. At the Grand Inquisitor in his ceremonial seat, who had added the word lucky to his vocabulary, and who looked at this moment like a being who had used the word recently and had found that it fit. At the 23 inert hulls in the outer approach sector, still there, still being processed through the recovery operation, still the irreducible cost of what had happened. At the gaps in the beacon map, visible on the strategic display on the hall's secondary screen, the dark sectors where the silence had been longest, where the work of rebuilding continued. He thought about the difference between the civilizations that used the universe's laws to bypass reality, to find the elegant pathway through, the frictionless harmonic, the resonance that achieved without resistance, and the civilization that had looked at the same laws and concluded that the correct use of them was to apply force, directly, in the direction of the problem, loudly and continuously, and with as much thermal output as the secondary loop could sustain, and to keep doing that until the problem resolved, or the pressure gauge told you something important. He thought about both approaches, and about what the 3 weeks since the crisis had established about the relative utility of each against the specific problem that had arrived at the Assembly's outer perimeter and moved inward through sectors 12, 13, and 14. The most advanced civilizations in the galaxy, he said, use the fundamental laws of the universe to move around reality, to find the spaces between the physical, to access the potential beneath the actual, to transcend the limitations of mass and heat, and the stubborn refusal of matter to cooperate with what you want it to do. He looked at the hall. Humanity looks at the same laws and sees a different set of tools. We see levers. We see pressure differentials. We see the fact that water expands when it boils, and that the expansion can be directed, and that direction is force, and force, applied correctly and continuously, is how you move things that do not want to move. He paused. We are not more advanced than the civilizations in this hall. We are not less advanced. We are differently oriented. We look at the universe and we do not see its harmony. We see its resistance. And we have spent our entire history learning to push back. The hall was quiet, with the quality of rooms that have received something they were not entirely prepared for and are in the process of integrating it. The prelate's robes had shifted again, past the warm amber, into a color the matrix was still processing, a color that Thorne had not seen in 3 weeks of chromatic observation, and which the matrix returned, after a full processing cycle, as the specific warmth of a thing being received that was offered without expectation. He looked at the prelate and at the kettle in her hands. "The stars are beautiful, prelate," he said, "but they're also just really big ways to heat up a drink." The hall held the words. The prelate looked at the kettle. The warm amber of her robes deepened, and the sensory filaments that had been still since he began speaking extended slowly outward, not in the full extension configuration of maximum cognitive engagement, or the tight retraction of anxiety, or the deliberate reach of formal greeting, but in the loose, natural configuration that the xenobiological supplement to the Assembly's diplomatic preparedness manual described as the resting position of a being that is, for the moment, comfortable with what the world has turned out to be. Behind her, in the tiered galleries, 400 civilizations sat with the fact of what they had learned in the last 3 weeks, and the kettle on the podium, and the bearing indicators of a species that had never built elegance because it had never needed to, and the turbine still turning 3 kilometers away, and the gaps in the beacon map, and the 23 hulls, and the warm space where the cold had been. The prelate set the kettle carefully on the armrest of her gallery seat, positioned it so it would not fall, and looked at Thorne with the full chromatic warmth of a being who has spent 3 weeks revising a belief she had held for a very long time, and has arrived finally at the place where the revision is complete. "Perhaps," she said, "you would show me how it works."